Invitation, huh? This party's getting crazy. Let's rock.
Welcome to the world of Devilmaycry, the only game where stylishly killing demons while getting awful pain in the hands is the average, along with destroying universe-busting enemies on a daily. But jokes aside, every game after the third one gave me horrible cramps in the hand trying to do combos, dude. So this is going to be an extra long one because I've read every book, every comic, every manga, watched only the 2007 anime, not the new one. It's the only good one is the 2007 one, and even reading a transcription of the audio drama. This is one of two videos that are the reason I'm having more erratic uploads. The other one is the Hollow Knight one. Man, you wouldn't believe the amount of time that's been poured into that in the storage. And along with the third channel, upload schedule is kind of trash at the moment. Plus, these videos take more effort than you'd think. Anyways, my horrible upload schedule aside, there was so much to shit through. Like, so much. I like reading books, don't get me wrong, but I got a pretty hefty library myself. But when I have to super sleuth to find the books, that's when shit gets annoying. And by the way, the DMC wiki is wrong. It says the DMC 1 novel is no longer canon, despite the fact it very much is, given lines in DMC 5 Before the Nightmare, which specifies exactly why certain things happened and fixed it. With that being said, there's my little preview to what's to come. So, before Dante, Virgil, Nero, before all of them, there was a powerful demon, the right hand of the Demon King Mundus, who ruled over the demon and human realm, subjected all humans to his rule, until one day Sparda found a human woman. Her name was Eva. He then saw the arrow of his ways and sealed Mundus away. Now this is a fun part. Now in the DMC2 comics, which is a retelling of DMC1, we actually get to see the battle, and it didn't go well in Sparda's favor. He barely won, and with that, he was sealed. The human, is sealed off from the human realm, the demon world, and with that, his power. and this made him break his true blade into 3 separate blades. The Yamato, with the ability to, separate human from demon. The blade has the ability to cut through solid matter like butter, and has the ability to teleport. It seems to have an understanding of the wielder's will from what we can see. The blade. The second blade is Rebellion. This blade can merge human and demon. This blade can use demonic power of the wielder to do amazing things. The ability to be thrown and return, all from the wielder with no really, and a modicum of other abilities I can't think of off the top of my head, because there is a lot of abilities that Dante has, but his blade really isn't nearly as busted as fucking Virgil's. His is low-key kind of busted. But then, the final blade, bearing his name, Sparda. This is his blade. It had his power sealed within it, or this is the closest thing to his true blade that we see. He then split this blade into 3 parts. The Force Edge, a pretty small greatsword, all things considered, that hides the true power of Sparda, and 2 amulets he entrusted to Eva, and eventually, by proxy, his children. By the way, most of this was like 2,000 years ago, and this is where the timeline gets a little funky, right? So Eva is around most of the 2,000 years, right? It's the only way some things make sense, right? Anyway, so before Sparda had kids, he did a ton of things. He had 2 apprentices that he trusted he trusted with his power. The trusted one of them, with a piece of his power, Bull, was the trusted one, while Modus was not trusted. They were both noble demons, but had their own problems, which boiled down to, I want to be better than Master, while the other one gave up his demon side and swordsmanship to just enjoy the human world. That's them in a nutshell. He also sealed a massive tower dedicated to the worship of Hell in 3 ways, if the unfinished manga is canon anyways. So he seals his own blade, Force Edge, with his own blood, amulets, and a blood of a human priestess, and sealed the Timid de Gru. He also sealed the 7 deadly sins as locks to the Timid de Gru, and by proxy, his true power. That way it would never be revived. He also made sure, if this place was to be revived, he left gatekeepers sealed within them. We will meet them later. He then became the feudal lord over the island of Fortuna, and sealed some hell gates. Sometime later, he left and helped an old lady known as Métier on the island of Devilmaycry, which I believe is French. I think this might have something to do in the French Isles, which I think it's funny. The first game, we go to some Spanish castle. In the second game, we go to French. Who knew the one that takes place in France, of all places, is the worst one? French people, am I right? Oui, a baguette. He helped the people of Ville-de-Marie, mostly, with the demon incineration, And after that, sometime later, Sparda finally settled down and had twins. Dante, the goofy rebel with the heart of gold, and our wacky woohoo pizza man, and the older twin, Virgil, a no-nonsense bookworm that would rather spend his days in literature than battle. Sparda would train them in the ways of the 2 blades he entrusted them with. So then, Dante got Rebellion, and Virgil Yamato. But in these early days, they didn't use them much. Mostly 2 wooden swords that they would play with, usually in one of them being beaten to near death, but they were half human, half demon. So essentially, demon blood, when it comes into contact with human blood, it gets boosted up. And because of that, they can heal wounds that would normally kill them, which is already above baseline humans at child. And Dante and Virgil make human blood, so they are really strong off the gate. Anyways, so Sparda is either dead or gone. We don't really know all. All we know is at some arbitrary age, Dante and Virgil got half of the amulet their father had. We also know that anytime Sparda would raise his voice, Dante would cry. And when Eva raised her voice, Virgil would cry. This is a reference to how they have a disdain for a part of themselves. Virgil, humanity, and Dante, his demon half. Anyways, one day, the fatal day, Mundus found a way into the human world and sent an army to kill the Sparda twins. Everything Sparda held dear was burnt. That day, as seen in the Visions of V manga, Virgil earlier that day was at a library and was given a book which he wrote V on. It'll make sense later, we will get to it. Anyways, so when Virgil returns, Dante wanted to play. They get into a fight and Virgil is punished alongside Dante. Virgil, seeing this as unfair, gets angry and runs away to a playground and in silent peace. But this was a fateful day. Mundus attacked. Virgil was ambushed and almost killed, laying on the ground, wishing for more power, the power to protect himself. The Yamato appeared in his hands and used it to kill all the demons that opposed him. And though his mother abandoned him, is what he believed, but she died trying to find him. But he didn't know that. And with that, what little humanity he had was thrown away, all in the pursuit of power. Meanwhile, Eva was with Dante when this happened, and he hid in a closet, told him this: you need to be a man, run away, change your name, and keep running. After that, he grabbed the only thing he was given, rebellion, in his amulet. He then went by another name, Tony Redgrave. The last name being reference to the old city he lived in, Redgrave City. Anyways, he went to another town which he lived in for a while until that was attacked by the same demons. After that, he was old enough to be on his own, so he did for years. He was a merc that drifted from place to place. He eventually stayed in one place and was a notorious man. If he needed a job done, he would get it done. But if he didn't like it, he wouldn't do it. Where would you find him? Well, in Bobby's cellar, either drinking gin or his favorite strawberry sundaes. Now, this is where the DMC-1 novel takes place. Mind any repeated info, as I wrote this section while reading the book. So you guys got a full-on refined thoughts. Anyways, so these are the first group of novels, Devil May Cry Volume 1. I try to buy these books, but I don't know about you, but I don't want to spend $722 or $73 on that. So I couldn't buy the book, so I used a funny little website called Divinity Statue or something along those lines and downloaded the books. Which if you guys want me to send you the link, tell me in the comments and I'll send it to you. I'm not going to put it directly in the description, but I will share. Anyways. So, turns out Dante is under the fake name Tony Redgrave. This time he's arguing with some guy over Tony being targeted by some gangsters. That was persistent on getting Tony. They surrounded him, 40 men to 1, with some military grade stuff. And Tony, on phase, I'm calling him Tony because it's funny, and we're going to call him Dante a lot later, so let me have this. So, they just got dumped, they just dumped into him, not a single scratch. Thus meaning, technically, in the earliest entry He's already at bullet speed. Not canonically, in the real world. This is after DMC 1, and he's as fast as lightning in the first game. So bro's fucking power scaling way above that fucking guy from, Final Fantasy already. I think, I don't know, I don't really know a whole lot. All I know is Dante has his entire fucking arsenal. You are stupid if you think you can kick him. Anyways, with not a single scratch on him. And all of Mad Dog's friends die, either because of friendly fire or Tony. I have no idea. The novel is a bit harder to read in the first 2 chapters. Anyways, his coat low was riddled with holes. And after Tony messes around with Mad Dog, he gives Denver, or Mad Dog, his coat and says to get it fixed up while Tony heads out. In turn, Tony kind of destroyed the normal gang war, he kind of fucked a lot of that up, especially the underworld stuff. And Mad Dog, or Denver, was one of the few Tony left alive for the fun of the game at this point. When someone or thing yells out the titular funny woohoo pizza man's name, Dante, a demon with a scythe killed Denver, and it was Dante that we jump to as he walks into Bobby's cellar, has a chat with Bobby. Bobby, there's something not right with that boy. Anyways, and Dante owed him so much money, and someone needs to take care of a few errands before he, gets jobs, and he goes to Goldstein's place, a master gunsmith. Her dynamic with Dante is that of a cool aunt, but she makes really good guns, but Dante breaks them really quickly, and she demands money because making guns that can withstand him is a nearly impossible task. But she needs cash to do so, and Dante says, "I'll get it, Enzo is in town." He leaves, and turns out that Bobby Seller held job listings for mercs, essentially the job market. So that's why Dante showed up, and I believe this is the first mention of Dante, or better known as Tony. Yes, I'm switching up to fuck with you. Deal with it. I think it's funny. Tony likes Sundays, and the job is for $200,000. But the guy who's offering it is a guy Dante has already beat the schnot out of recently, and Tony thinks it's a trap since Enzo has done that before. Gru, who is a good informant, and who, he knew he could convince Dante to take the job, and it worked. He takes the job because they're already ready for him to say yes, so he kinda has to. So he's in the back of a truck, cold and a little annoyed, but it turns out this was no trap. He was genuine. He was genuinely worried about his life and wanted the best wanted the best of the best. Tony decided to take the initial pay and do what the initial pay work meant. But after that, he managed to kick so much ass without killing a single guy. The people decide not to fight, but just as Tony and Gru left, they saw what happened when a corpse jumps out at them. And Tony wrecks the guy before he can even think of a counterattack when all the corpses rises. Hundreds. And he kills them all with ease. After he talks to his friend Gru, they go to Gru's house to grab some grub. And his house turns into a madhouse as Tony does his thing. Apparently he's good with kids. Man, this lore was way before the show and already set up this little thing which shows good consistency. But yeah, after a long and eventful dinner, lunch? I'm not sure. Gru suggests that if Tony has the time to take out Jessica to see the movie, since she's practically the woman of the household since Gru's wife died. Tony is opposed, the whole, that's your fucking kid, man, I'm not going to touch your kid. And then Gru's like, I'm not telling you to do that. I am telling you to take her to the movies. You do anything like that, and I'll break your fucking neck. We then switch to Bobby's cellar as some guy is introduced, Gilver, a man covered in bandages. He wants to take on the strongest guy in the bar, and he picks out Tony, as he was distracted eating chicken wings, which, fair enough, those are fucking hard to eat sometimes, dude. I hear got the weird ones that are like fucked up, but you know the meat is good in the middle and you don't want to break it, so you have to like do some fucking jujitsu with your mouth to get to where you don't bite into the bone, where you just get the meat. I know at least half of you have no idea what the fuck I'm on about. Anyways, so he decides to take the guy up on the offer, you know, kind of bored. He was able to disarm Tony, so he's impressed. Gilver's weapon of choice is a katana. This guy is good. They start to fight, and they are on par at this point. A word fight confirmed this, but the last challenge was almost a gunfight, but Bobby shut that down. It said a drink-off, and Gilver lost spectacularly to Tony. He dips, but a flashback to when he was a kid, you know, made sure he couldn't get up after that fight. A dead demon-possessed Mad Dog comes out of the shadow for his 100th loss, still wearing Dante's old coat. He killed him and left the coat. You know, he did feel bad enough for it, though. He actually liked the guy, all things considered, though. But he's dead, so he heads home, and after a nightmare of what happened the night his mother died, he woke up in bed next to someone he didn't recognize, some chick smoking a cig. He didn't even know her at first, and then he recognized her as someone at a pool hall he went to often enough to know she was the receptionist there. And no, they didn't fuck. He was blacked out sleeping when she attempted. But Tony was not interested in her, so he gets dressed, and the second she sees he is beyond not interested, starts calling him a mama's boy because he talks in his sleep. Yeah, checks out. If he's not talking 24/7, something's wrong. And she says, everyone will know that, as he gets dressed and dipped. So another merc is asking about what happened, as Gru says, hey, Mad Dog was killed while wearing your old coat, Tony. He didn't say, hey, Mad Dog was already dead, you know. He asked if the mob was following him after Tony, which was a yes, so Tony decides he need to be on the down low, so his friends and family wouldn't get dragged into this, you know, being trailed and all. But he decides the best option is take out the gang leaders before they can organize against him. So he tags the two pursuers that were following him in secret, gets the name of the who organized the two teams to kill him, and just trails. He found where they last got together and noticed he was going into a place more demonic than normal world. Which does raise a slight question on how does this work? Like, is it a separate realm, or is this like more of a, like, you know, how does this work? Who knows? He kicks in the door to open Oz's club and nails a shadow guy in the gut. It starts to dawn on Tony, something is weakening the veil between the human realm and the demon realm. Gilver appears, looking into Oz. You know, he was going to ask Tony, but he was already there. Gilver is aware of demons, but Tony is impressed by Gilver and decides he's a good enough guy, at least, since that day, demon activity died down a bit. But also, Gilver and Tony work together on almost every single mission, and together, they're unstoppable. But Gru, his best friend, went missing. Tony's at Neil's shop, and she gives her 2 guns. Anyway, she then brings up Gilver. She is concerned about him, and someone tried to figure out who was under the bandage and ended up dead. Later that very day, Gilver came into Goldstein's store to buy a gun. He wanted a gun that could eviscerate people. She mentions the gun in the rack, and he buys the Coyote A, the shotgun from the games. Man, I like this small but good bits of fan service. I'll just read you this section. It says, and I quote, "Itself, Goldstein watched him go. Stifling a gasp, she was surprised that with what he said, and then with the shape of his shadow through on a dimly lit wall. It didn't look anything like the shadow of a neat-suited man. It looked more like a knight in a suit of armor." That's Nello Angelo, a prototype. It's explained in the DMC5 novel. Of them as suits of armor that uses hosts to come to life in essence. I will discuss using the armor soon and the retcon they did to make it canon, but Tony headed home and was pondering when out comes Gru, my main man, back from hell, yeah! But he tells Tony that he's gone, Okay, hold on. That he's gone. He has an assassination job, and this may be where they part paths. For now, at least. Rue would never take an assassination job, but his kid got really sick and is doing literally anything to get her treatment. After this, he went to the job and killed the guy, but a ton of demons started using that as a way to get into the human realm. A bunch of lizard demons got summoned. As someone says, "Save me." The trouble, and then it collapses. Somebody collapses the duct. Gilver had a blade to his throat, and we learn of demon and human relationship. It turns out that humans were slaves to the demons before Sparda rose. But that's a different story. Gilver takes great joy in Gru's pain, but he pulls a pin on his grenade. He had killing both of them, but not really. Then switch to Tony and Gilver at the cellar with Enzo talking to Tony. But he gets paired with Gilver for doing absolutely nothing. So he and Gilver are on their way to doing a job, and it was to take out a hideout of monsters and mobsters, and well, it went really well, and Tony is very disgusted by how easily Gilver was with killing so many people. And due to this, everyone thought Tony's way of doing things were lame because killing is easy. Sparing, now that is so much harder. Enzo mentions why Gru was doing everything. Tony is immediately wanting to know what's going on. He then runs to the sanatorium trying to figure out what happened to Gru and to save Gru's kid if he is dead. She is in there, and Tony smells the same smell he did at the bank. Demon's signature smell, corruption and rot. He kicked full-on blood and muscle demons. Not fully there, but as close as you can get in the human realm. After the fight, he felt deathly sick, and only was managing to push on with his will alone. Because it is a nexus. As long as he was there, he was at a disadvantage because he tried his best to not use his demon side. But anything to save Gru's kids. But within minutes, he was fully in the demon realm, and it was pure chaos. He had a hard time keeping everything together, and as he went downstairs and got closer to the nexus, he started to feel stronger. Like him old stealth, but still weak from the amount of energy he was using. He kicked down the doors open after killing 2 big enemies and notices a weird tree. But in one of the faces of agony, and the main one generating the power, was Jessica. Tony was pissed. And whatever got in his way didn't stand a chance. A strange monkey demon wearing a mask spoke to Tony. He couldn't kill it and explained that all her suffering was allowing them back into the human realm. A tree breaking a way through? Wow. The tree ideal has been there a long time, hasn't it? Anyways, Jessica was powering the whole thing after Tony figured this out. Figured out how to kill the mask. He returns to end her suffering, burning the place down, and then rumors spread about Tony being associated with Gru before his disappearance and all that. Because of the rumors, he wasn't allowed into the cellar, and because of Gilver, everybody seen Tony as a coward. He lost all job openings, so decided to vent to Goldstein, so he could at least get this off his chest, which, fair enough, Deuterino. Gilver went into the cellar and opened a nexus to kill all the mercs for simply knowing Tony Redgrave, all of them becoming demon hosts, as they prepared to get rid of Tony. Tony's at Goldstein Place doing the usual back and forth before he mentions the rumors, and Tony, clearly a little sad about whatever happened at the hospital, she then talks about Gilver and mentions she doesn't think he's human. Tony says at least he's a good enough partner, dramatic irony can sometimes be fucking palpable. It's almost comedic. He leaves, hoping to at least get a drink when a few blocks down, Goldstein's office explodes. He ran at full speeds and got back quick enough. He dosed himself in water to protect his jacket, but he knew it wouldn't last long, and he runs in trying to save Goldstein. And she was there at her workbench like nothing happened. She gave him ebony and ivory, his signature weapons. Now our devil hunter is ready to tango. But he has to put the final touches on them so they would fully be his. Goldstein collapses. There was a gouge on her side. She was going to die, and she did it in Tony's arms. With that, everything that has happened in his past. And she saw her child in Tony as she slowly died. And with that, all his past memories of Eva telling him to run, change his name, all of it, as he confronts the fact he deceived his friends for power. Goldstein, Gru, all of them for power. He knows, and he knew the time for hiding was over, thus Dante is ready to kick ass. He did blew away the ones in the shop as soon as he said goodbye, mother, meaning he saw her as a mother figure. Now that makes Death 3 of a mother, potentially 2, depending on if the DMC 2007 anime is correct. But we don't really know. But anyways. And with that whole experience, extremely sad, he walked until the demons encircled him. He drew his sword not as Tony, but as Dante, as he prepared for the best fight of his life. And he killed them so effectively and quickly, they started to feel despair and started crying. Damn, he could make the devil cry. Yes, I find myself funny. Anyways, back to the book. He made it to Bobby's cellar, seeing the Nexus emanate from there. He knew Gilbert was there, and the first and last fight. Poetic, is it not? He walks in, and there, after he shoots the roof, everybody's decomposing bodies is revealed. Everyone is dead but him, after a pretty decent joke, honestly. He asks, then says, "Come on, bandage boy," and Gilbert obliges and asks, "Do you have any questions?" Dante asks who he truly is, and he says, "That's not for you to know." After a brief back and forth, they jump at each other over their last battle. The fight, it's decently described and really epic. If you like reading, just like comment, "Hey, what was the website?" Like, man, can I read it? And I'll send you the link where you can download them for completely free. It's how I got my hands on a copy, and I'm happy to share. Like some assholes who won't do anything like that. But I like to share to spread the information so people know where to get their hands on it. Anyways, back to the story. As they fight, Dante, who he can't win against, Gilver's strategy makes him unstoppable. He knows all of Dante's moves, so Dante's like, yeah, fuck it, we ball. And after almost winning, the Nexus is complete. The Demon Realm merges, less Nello Angelo is fully out, as they were now in the Demon Realm. And with that, he was at a massive disadvantage. Gilver knew that was, as they fight, it ends in a tie. Using his sword the way his father did, started to win, but his strength was at the last of it, and it was drained. His blade got knocked from his hands, so he did his best to avoid Gilver's blade. He then dived for a grapple, but Gilver pulled out the coyote and shot Dante in the chest. And another shot to the chest that weakened Dante. He was near death. He was nearly on death's door, and en route to his heart, and he managed barely not to get hit. Dante managed to get his head, and he fired shots from his signature pistol that ripped through his armor. Jackpot. And as Gilbert dies, indeed, his twin brother, Nello Angelo. Which is so cool. I love how this ties in Enzo showing up to help Dante. And now we're on to the prologue of the book. This is a pretty good book. Couple years, give or take, later, he is in the office of the Devilmaycry shop. You know, the shop this leads Trish and her first appearance in the first game. I really like this book. It provides solid lore while not adding anything that would mess with future games in the timeline. And at the end of the book, which jumping into the future, meaning it was not Nello Angelo, it was a prototype to test the concept. We know this because of lines in DMC Before the Nightmare, or in Visions of E, I can't remember what I'm talking about. I'm pretty sure it's Before the Nightmare. I'm sure I'll mention it when we get to that section, but with that, Enzo will now refer to Tani as Dante. After a few years, he opens his shop, which is where the DMC3 manga takes place. Rather than in the anime, which I'm not a fan of, this manga, it has an aura that kind of throws me off. Anyway, so there's a DMC prequel manga, so let's talk about it. I really enjoy the visuals. So yeah, enjoy the visuals of me playing DMC3. It's either a little sneak peek at the game, or it's Bloody Palace. I can't remember which one I recorded. Anyways, we get back to the story. You know, Sparda sealed the demons away. This being a reiteration, and yes, it's on the test. Anyways, Dante is getting out of the shower to a ringing phone. Hey, a fun callback to the games. Enzo appears, and he's going to give him another job, you know. Another boring one. He says, come find me, so Dante decides he needs the money and goes to a pleasure hotel. Let's call it that, as not to get demonetized, / I don't know what else I'd fucking call it. Anyways, he saves Enzo, as there's a ton of demons in his room. Bro is unlucky as shit. And Dante needs to find a kid, since that's the job. Seems a bit more than a boring one, Anyways, we switch to Virgil and Arkham at their first meeting at the library. After Virgil and Arkham talk, Arkham's assistant gets killed, and this may work together. Then switch back to Dante. He has to attack some of the demons, and there's a little Alice captured. It was a demon in disguise as her. You know, I will say one thing about this, it has some pretty gruesome graphics for a manga, which, not what I expected. Anyways, we then switch back to Virgil, which happens a lot, and he's about to get mugged, but we know what happens. He gets sliced and diced, and Virgil has to run in with Enzo. He is confused with him calling him Dante, and now Virgil is aware of his brother's presence. Back to Dante and his woo-hoo pizza man attitude, hopefully. So he kicks some demon ass as he encounters Alice with the right rabbit man from the anime. So Rabbi is here, and Alice won't go if he doesn't go. So what happens is a bunch of this is a trick to get Dante here, but they learn Virgil is here and lets him go. Later, Rabbi explains to Virgil there is 4 locks he will need to break. At the end of the novel, or the manga, it's not as easy to understand, it's feeling more like filler, but to be fair, the book was pretty good, so it's a bit jarring to go from a novel version of our goofy guy to this goofy guy, which on to Code 2, Virgil. Arkham then explains the demons and how they work. They seem to influence it all just through perspective, which I love when things mess with perspective. He then goes to the catacombs to see the statue of one of the 7 deadly sins. All he has to do is, break it by figuring out its name. Virgil and Arkham, explains that to Timid DeGruz, the place in the first game, which will be on the test. Anyway, so Arkham and Virgil are chatting about how demons and their names work when Virgil notices the statue, which it kind of looks similar to Mundus, but it isn't Mundus, which watching them apparently is, their name. That will work, or, help you. So we get into combat, and, they send him in a state of mind where he has to fight naked, but it's in the head. My brain hurts trying to figure this shit out. So this is one of the 7 deadly sins. So they're in devilmaycry. Check that one off the old bingo card. Anyways, we then switch to Dante fighting some demons before heading to a pizza shop to get some grub when Enzo comes storming in needing Dante to do a job so he doesn't get killed. It's Enzo, what do you expect? We then switch back to Virgil sitting in a room that's somewhere when Alice informs him Arkham's in the basement waiting for him. Virgil heads there and Arkham tells him he found out about a demon and that jazz. We then switch to Dante as he kills some more demons. Oh, by the way, Lady is in the manga and she's just doing nice acts because she's nice, while the wacky woohoo pizza man does his things. Alice steals the amulet after the chain broke and she ran off as Lady, which was in the shop, almost got caught. She leaves, but Dante was gone, because he moves fast, remember the whole demon thing? So they head to a church to find his amulet, and Alice charges. She looks like more of a goth, which I will say their 2 novels have a lot of nudity, or borderline nudity, and it's kind of weird to me. Like, I'm reading a book where the wacky woohoo pizza man, why the fuck is there just probably, like, I don't know, when it comes to, like, the Alice thing, she is a grown woman, but they make her look like a child in some parts to mess with Dante, and it's just really fucking weird. I don't know why it is here. I just thought it was weird. So Dante is looking around for his amulet. Dante bumps into the Mad Hatter, I think his name is. He then requests a job, and Dante accidentally releases another one of the deadly sins, and Dante and Virgil get into their very first fight down here. In the depths of the manga ends with Dante getting his amulet back, and there was supposed to be a 3rd manga which never got finished. But apparently Addy Shaker, or whoever made the anime, has a copy again, supposedly. I'm not sure where, I'm not sure after this, but now we have the game, DMC3. I'll let the opening cutscene play for itself since it's, peak. This right here is cinema. After that, we have to fight our way into the Timid Degree. We find the Coyote A shotgun, which then we enter the Timid Degree and start our way in. The first of the gatekeepers is Cerberus, which I actually have a puppy named that, or rather I jokingly suggest the name and it kind of stuck. Anyways, after Dante defeats it, he gets his first devil arm. Essentially, the souls of the demons are weapons. Cerberus become nunchucks, which are fucking awesome. You know, awesome as shit, dude. And of course, Dante goofs off because of his heritage. Anytime he encounters a new weapon, he automatically gains full knowledge of how it works. When a mysterious lady on a motorcycle comes in and almost sends Dante to the Shadow Realm. But he just goofs off, you know, and gives her a more direct way in, which, okay. Dante walks on forward, which the Timid Degree is filled with puzzles, which is the most, likely a safeguard, which Virgil, you know, skips. As in waiting for Dante at the top to do it. Arkham, realizing that Lady is here, decides to go take care of their uninvited guest, which is his daughter, Mary. We learn that a lot later in the game, I'm just skipping that part. So Dante has to go to the bottom layer, you know, clearing the way for Virgil unintentionally. Dante bumps into Jester, and I'll let him speak for himself.
There's no need to use violence, devil boy. Oh, wait. Better listen to what I say, lad. This tower here is very sturdy. You see? Your tricks will do no good. No good!
Zip it, or I'll pierce that big nose.
That could be a problem. Just hear me out. You've got nothing to lose, right? My name is Jester, and I know a thing or two about this place. That thing there is a power generator for this entire sector. In order to open the door, you'll need to apply a little something to it first. Do you know what that is, kid? Or is that too difficult for you?
Get to the point, or do you want to keep on dancing?
Actually, I prefer a sword to be my partner. May I have this dance, my lady? Bingo! That is what the something is. Remember that, kid? Write it down on your hand if you don't trust your head.
I see. Thanks. You still piss me off, though.
I love this goofy guy, even post-reveal. Anyways, we then learn that Dante's demonic power can be used in this place to, you know, allow him to get to the top. So Mary wants to get her father killed, you know, for what he did to his mom, which fair. Dante gets the best weapon in the game, Agony and Rudra, which can absolutely wreck V1 Virgil and V2. That's future talk. We make it to the top of the tower, and man, the banter is peak.
You showed up.
You sure know how to throw a party. No food, no drinks, and the only babe just left.
My sincerest apology, brother. I was so eager to see you, I couldn't concentrate on preparations for the bash.
Whatever. At any rate, it's been a whole year since we last met. How about a kiss from your little brother? Or better yet, how about a kiss from this? So, this is what they call a heartwarming family reunion, eh?
You got that right. Why do you refuse to gain power? The power of our father, Sparda.
Father? I don't have a father. I just don't like you, that's all.
Foolishness, Dante. Foolishness. Might controls everything. And without strength, you cannot protect anything. Let alone yourself.
Finally have it.
Yes. Now the spell Sparda cast will be broken. I see a devil inside you has awakened as well.
Wait. We We should leave. For the moment, we have all that we need.
So fucking cool. So a few things really quickly. Him saying I have no father is a mistranslation, and the whole him unlucky as devil trigger is so fucking cool. And how the blade wasn't awakened is a really awesome detail. I really love the amount of awesome little details they put into everything. Capcom is good at their job, man. Anyways, now that that's out, we are in the gut of this creature, and we have to do our best to kill it. After we have a run-in with Mary, she then gains her signature true name.
So this is the next stage.
Wait!
If you're asking for a date, forget it. Because I make it a point not to go out with women who shoot me in the head.
Date a demon? I'm not that desperate. Besides, I really don't care for guys who stink like blood.
You're right. So, tell me, what's your name?
I don't have a name.
Okay, then what should I call you?
I don't care. Whatever you want.
Whatever, lady. I'll leave this to you, because I don't want to miss the party.
Who counted on you anyway?
Ah, what a name, lady. Now that she knows her true name, perfect, she is not a fan of her name because her father gave it to her and, you know, the whole killing her mom thing. So Arkham gets murdered for making a joke at Virgil's expense, which, yeah, I wouldn't fuck with the guy with unlimited power either, so you're kind of the fucking idiot. So anyways, Dante has to go to hell after a fight with Beowulf, you know, gets the orb he needs to switch the bridge so Dante can have his second encounter with Virgil. And now that he has the devil arm, he is now lore accurate. Or rather, he is almost lore accurate Virgil. I'll let the cutscene speak for itself. Oh, I almost forgot. Arkham tricked Lady into thinking Virgil is the reason he did all this, which she kind of buys. And is now on her way to kick Virgil's ass, so I'll let the scene speak for itself.
Why isn't this working? Is there something missing? Must more blood be shed?
You seem to be in a bad mood.
Dante.
So, my mother's amulet is the key that unlocks the door to the demon world. Good plan, Pop.
Just the opposite, actually. Originally, it was the key to the demon world, but was given to humans as a gift.
It doesn't matter to me one way or the other. More importantly, I've come all this way. I'm sure you have time for one more game, right?
Why not? After all, we share the same blood. I'll just use more of yours to undo Daddy's little spell.
So, you want a piece of me, literally? Okay, bro. Come and get it, if you can. Sorry, but this is no place for a little girl. So beat it.
Shut up! You forced him into this.
Is that what you think? Foolish girl.
Bravo! Bravo! I never dreamed that things would go so smoothly. Well done, everyone. Well done.
You.
Don't be a bad girl, Mary. Or you can expect a spanking from Daddy later. Jester's gonna spank you, but spank you on the
Insane buffoon! I don't know where you came from, but you don't belong here. Now leave!
Zowie, that was close. But you've taken quite a trouncing today, haven't you, Virgil? You could have chopped me into confetti by now if you were in tip-top condition.
Damn you!
You have lost.
Because you underestimated humans.
What's going on?
Good girl. Pure and innocent. Just like your mother.
You bastard!
It's time for your spanking, my dear. You want to know where the spell didn't break? Virgil? You have the 2 amulets and Sparda's blood. You had everything you needed to unleash the evil.
I told you before, I don't like anybody who has a bigger mouth than mine.
You are wounded and weak. Even I can do this to you.
2 amulets. A set of Sparda's blood. Now, I need one more key. He sacrificed 2 things to suppress the tremendous force of this tower. His own devil's blood and a mortal priestess. I needed you, in whose body flows the same blood as the sacrificed woman. His spell cannot be undone without your blood.
It was quite a ride, you know. If any of you had died before getting here, our little plan would have gone to waste. Ha! Therefore, my job was to make you battle each other in order to weaken you. But at the same time, I had to guide you here and make sure that you were kept alive. I even went so far as dressing like a complete idiot. It's time for bed, Mary. You can visit your dear mother. Whoa!
Try me.
It's time for the clown to bow out, Arkham.
Dude, the show's over.
Impressive. I expected nothing less from the Devil's descendants. But aren't you forgetting something, Virgil? The spell is broken. What do you think will happen next? Let's welcome chaos. Just sit and wait. Wait for the birth of a new god. I shall take over the power of Sparda!
Go.
Yes, I'm going to finish him off.
Well, you might as well forget it, because you're no match for him.
Regardless, I must go. I had a chance to stop him before, but I couldn't. I'm responsible for all this mess.
Responsible? Does it bother you that much?
He's my father. Besides, who else can undo what he's done? A demon like you wouldn't understand.
Father and family, huh? Well, I'll go too. But you better hurry if you don't want me to take all the credit.
Holy shit! He was playing us like a fucking fiddle! Anyways. I'm more so impressed he did all this like it was nothing. Like how cold he delivered those lines were being. Anyways, now that the tower's at its peak length and it grew, we all go back down to the bottom just to get Lady's motorcycle so we can go right back up. Meanwhile, Arkham is doing his thing, you know. We have a run-in with Lady and, you know, she says it all herself.
What's wrong? You tired? Then stand back. I'll take care of this.
No, you stand back!
I told you, you can't do it. Don't you get it? This is not a human's job.
You're the one who doesn't get it! It's not something you can reason with. It has nothing to do with me being a human and you being a demon. I'm driven by the inability to forgive him! My soul is screaming, demanding me to kill him! That's enough motivation to keep me going. Besides, this is my family matter. You should stay out of it.
Okay, lady. I get the picture, but I can't just sit back and watch either. I'm pretty pissed at him too, you know. Now, get out of my way, or there'll be some consequences.
Fair enough. I wasn't planning on letting any demons live anyway. Not even one.
I'll take care of him.
Why do you care so much?
This whole business started with my father sealing the entrance between the two worlds. And now, my brother's trying to break that spell and turn everything into Demonville. This is my family matter, too. Quite frankly, at first, I didn't give a damn. But because of you, I know what's important now. I know what I need to do.
Wait.
Trust me, I'll make things right for you. That's what my soul is telling me to do.
Use this.
How much is it gonna cost me?
You can give me your name.
Dante.
Dante. Please. Free my father.
I will, lady.
Damn! She is dropping facts! After that, we finally get to the top and fight our way through a fraction of hell just to get to Arkham.
It's like staring into a backed-up toilet. Why do you always stick your nose in other families' business? Come on, dude. Don't you have any hobbies? My father wasn't so hideous. Can't you tell by looking at me? Anyway, that shape suits you better. Let's begin the main event.
Regardless of how strong you are, you're nothing but a half-breed. You cannot defeat a pure demon. The real sparda.
I've come to retrieve my power. You can't handle it.
Look at you, making a big dramatic entrance and stealing my spotlight.
What? You don't possibly believe that he deserves to be our main event now, do you?
Now that you mention it, you're right.
You should come to realize you cannot control the power of Sparda.
You're wasting your time, buddy. I think he needs to learn the hard way.
I'll try it your way for once.
Remember what we used to say? Jackpot.
Not very classy for someone's dying words.
How could I? I shall become a god. No one here can stop me.
What a surprise. Here I was looking for you, and lo and behold, you come to me.
Mary.
Don't ever call me that again. My mother was the only one who could say my name.
Wait. Please. Do you really want to shoot me? Can you shoot me? Your own father? What have I done wrong? Even the heroic Sparda sacrificed a woman so that he could become a legend. I wish to be a god! And I sacrificed one miserable human being for that reason. That is all. Was that really so awful? I have some unfinished business to take care of. Help me, Mary.
Mary died a long time ago. My name is Lady. Goodbye, Father.
No!
I thought I wasn't gonna cry.
Give that to me.
No way. You got your own.
Well, I want yours too.
What are you gonna do with all that power, huh? No matter how hard you try, you're never gonna be like Father.
We're wasting time!
We are the sons of Sparda. Within each of us flows his blood. But more importantly, his soul! And now, my soul is saying it wants to stop you!
Unfortunately, our souls are at odds, brother. I need more power.
And we're supposed to be twins.
twins. Right. Am I being defeated?
What's wrong? Is that all you got? Come on, get up. You can do better than that.
The portal to the human world is closing, Dante. Because the amulets have been separated.
Let's finish this, Virgil. I have to stop you. Even if that means killing you.
No one can have this, Dante. It's mine. It belongs to a son of Sparda. Leave me and go, if you don't want to be trapped in the demon world. I'm staying. This place was our father's home.
What an ordeal. You're still here.
I need that back.
No late charges, I hope?
I'll think about it.
We should be fine for now. But I'm sure they'll be back soon. Very soon.
Are you crying?
It's only the rain.
The rain already stopped.
Devils never cry.
I see. Maybe somewhere out there, even a devil may cry when he loses a loved one. Don't you think?
Maybe.
By the way... looks like we're gonna be busy for a while.
Well, bring it on. I love this. This is what I live for! I'm absolutely crazy about it!
Wow, a lot happened, and now Virgil is stuck in hell because he thought he could take on Mundus on himself. Now, if you play as Virgil, you get an extra cutscene where he throws away his scabbard, which is only done when you believe you will die. Which he did. Virgil was taken in by Mundus and is used in... He used his V1 Nello Angelo armor and made him into what Nello Angelo is. And made Trish, and worked on his perfect plan as he needed to wait till he had enough power to get everything he needed to happen to Mallet Island, where a Nexus line was perfect for him to branch into the world. And this time, he had a plan, which is the events of how Devil May Cry 1 happens.
2 millenniums ago, there was a war between the human world and the other, the underworld. But somebody from the underworld woke up to justice and stood up against this legion alone. His name was Sparda. Later, he quietly reigned the human world and continued to preserve harmony until his death. He became a legend. The legendary Dark Knight, Sparda.
Devil May Cry. Sorry, we closed at 9. Again, no password. I can't seem to get any real business. Whoa, slow down, babe. Well, well, what do we have here? Nature calls? It's in the back.
So, you must be the handyman who'll take any dirty job. Am I correct?
Almost. I only take special jobs, if you know what I mean.
You're the man who lost a mother and a brother to evil 20 years ago. The son of the legendary Dark Knight Sparda, Mr. Dante.
Well, the way I figure it, in this business a lot of your kind comes around. And if I kill each one that comes, eventually I should hit the jackpot sooner or later.
In that case, you should be used to this sort of thing.
Are you really the son of the legendary Dark Knight Sparda? Didn't your daddy teach you how to use a sword?
Sword. Time to go to work, guys. Even as a child, I had powers. There's demonic blood in me.
What strength?
You were the first one to know about my vengeance. Looks like I'm getting closer.
It seems that way, but I'm not your enemy. My name is Trish. I came here to seek your help, to put an end to the underworld.
What?
Years ago, Mundus, the Emperor of the Underworld, resurrected.
Mundus?
Yes. His powers were sealed by Sparda. He's attempting to gain control of the human world once again. He has been preparing to open the gate on Malay Island. The castle is above this cliff. Come on, let's go!
Trish appears out of nowhere. You know, we have a chat and now we're on Millet Island. We fired our way into there and wandering around until we get enough red orbs to open the door. After this, we get impelled by Alistair. And before anybody says, no, not like the one from Hell of a Boss. I know at least one of you were thinking that. No, you're not funny. Go and comment that you thought you said that so I can get engagement. Anyways. This is only game 2 outside of the game I hate that has devil arms that you don't get from devils. So yeah, you don't get devil arms from devils in this game. Anyways, we have to get the lion's crest. You know, we then have to fight a boss, you know, the Phantom. After getting it, we then, before we can continue, had to fight this nightmare world thing. We continue, and then we have to deal with Nello Angelo, and after a tense fight, he sees our amulet and drops us.
This stinking hole was the last place I thought I'd find anyone with some guts. Now we need to get the melancholy soul to its spot before it wears off.
Then we're in the waterways. After we find a key and get jumped by a ton of bugs, nothing a good bit of buckshot can't fix, we go into the next room and there's fucking scissor things. I don't know the names, so those are fucking annoying. They actually make me so angry. It's actual bullshit they can do that. So, we use it to get onto the roof where we fight Phantom for the last time.
You're right. I'm his son, Dante. Sweet dreams.
Defeated the Phantom. Incredible power.
So, we are seen as stronger than Sparda. Wow, I didn't think we'd get there by the first game. Not the first game canon-wise, but anyways. We lower the drawbridge to get to the Trident. After that, we have to activate a mechanism to get another part of Melee Island. Or however you say it. So we obtain the grenade launcher, which replaces the shotgun, and that is entirely rare in these fucking games. Well, after 2 at least. We then wander through the place until we find the new devil arms. Yeah, this is pretty shit overall. If you figure out how to use it, it could be good, but I couldn't, so I just switched back to the Alistair. Anyways, my inability to sight, we then get attacked by Griffin.
You the human, the son of Sparda who challenges the darkness for this.
Block off, Featherface, or you can stick around and find out the hard way.
Okay, that's a good one-liner. That's fun. That's going into the clips folder. Anyways, after we almost kill him, we have a run-in with, where we have to use the guiding light to get the after we use the gauntlet to light the fire and leave. We then get a brief encounter, which we actually have to follow a glowing light to get out of the fog canyon. After that, we escape mindfuck the maze. After that, we get the sign of chastity, and we then get the chalice, and then got to fight Angelo again, Man, Nello Angelo goes down easy. With that, we take the chalice to the place we need it to be. We then open a door and leave. We then have to do a water level where we fight Griffin again and then get the Staff of Hermes. I love Hermes. Did you know Epic the Musical is getting a movie adaptation where it's a full musically animated movie, which is awesome? Anyways. We finally escape this hell of a water mission, and then we get the shield emblem, and then try to fight, not to get horribly impaled as we get back to the cliffside near the Colosseum. We use the emblem to access the shield door to get the lance. After that, we enter the Colosseum and fight Griffin one last time and use him as a sacrifice. Mundus kills this man, and I love classic Capcom voice acting.
Yours are definitely the powers of Sparda. Even more so. But I cannot let you live. I serve my master Mundus.
You can't fight with that wound.
Mighty is the power of Mundus. Master, grant me one last surge of power. The power to finish him. Master Mundus. Griffin, you have failed me. You are no longer worthy. What? No! Wait! No! Max, no!
Three-eyed.
You beat him. Maybe it was too easy for you.
Mundus. His heinous ways make me sick, killing even his own, like they were nothing. He's the one that took the life of my mother, my brother, and Shirley. My mother used to always tell me that my father was a man who fought for the weak. He had courage and a righteous heart. In the name of my father, I will kill Mundus.
We then get the Wheel of Destiny. We then backtrack to the gate and lower the drawbridge so we can't get to the main area. We then fight Plasma. After this, we use the Staff of Hermes to get Nightmare B, and the new liquid on the ground starts to move Nightmare. I fucking hate this boss, and I'll hate it even more later. So much, in fact, I remember an old method to cheese it. Sure, I fucked up the cheese, but it took care of it for the most part. So the cheese is essentially, you need to build up Devil Trigger and have Devil Stars. You're supposed to get it throughout the game, and then during the second fight, you can spam, I think it's like four Devil Stars. You blitz through itself until the second cutscene plays, and then you use 2 Holy Waters, and it fucking wipes it. Anyways. We then go back to where the Lion's Pride was and use the Staff of Hermes to open a portal. We go through right as one of the areas. We then have to fight through a part of the castle, and then we have to hit fireballs back at the T-Rex. We then get the Moonstone to open the door to enter the fight to fight Nello Angelo again.
man with guts and honor. I like that. But it's a shame you serve Mundus.
Virgil, Dante, happy birthday.
Wow! I want chocolate! No, I want chocolate!
Trish, Virgil has been defeated. You know what you must do. Now go.
Yes, Master.
He is our brother, Virgil. So this is what happened to him after falling down and fighting Mundus. He trapped him and subjected him to torture till he submitted, and was encased in the Nello Angelo armor. After this, we get the other half of the amulet, unlock the true powers of our Force Edge, the Sparda, our father's sword. We immediately switch back to the Alistair because Devil Trigger is fucking broken. We then go to the other painting and have to fight our way out of a water puzzle to get the egg, and then we have to get to the elixir, but first we have to fight Nightmare again. And this time it was not as bad, but next time we see this ass be clapped. We then go back to the bedroom from where we fought Nello Angelo and used the portal to find the Philosopher's Stone, and then we have to fight through these nobodies. They hurt. I hate them so much. In DMC 5, they're so much worse. After this, we then backtrack to the puddle from Nightmare Act 1, where he came from, and we use it to get into the underworld. And use the Philosopher's Stone to open this way to the underworld before we jump in. We are now in the underworld and have to fight Nightmare.
Whoa.
Dante! Dante! Help me!
Trish!
Whoa.
Trish, stay back!
You're so easy.
Trish, you?
Humans. What sweets. You should know better than to trust a stranger. Your presence has become a hindrance to my master's bloody scheme. Now die! Dante! Dante, why did you save my life?
Because you look like my mother. Now get out of my sight. The next time we meet, it won't be like this.
Dante!
Don't come any closer, you devil! You may look like my mother, but you're nowhere close to her! You have no soul. You have the face, but you'll never have her fire!
So, Trish works for Mundus. Dun dun dun. Anyways, we then let her live because she looks like Mommy Dearest. Dear God, fucking kill me. We then fight our way through hell and open a door to face Mundus head on. This battle is a little annoying, or at least phase 1 is.
Face a sparda. Strange fate, isn't it?
Strange and ironic that it will end the same way.
Irony has favored you this time. Look, there.
Trish!
Don't even think about it. Blink. She dies.
You!
Dante!
So sad that humans will always be humans. No more. Has the Sparda blood been spoiled over the ages? Now, die!
Trish! Trish! No!
Useless scum. Failure is one thing, but taking an odd behavior like that... What is the matter? It is time to end your pitiful life.
How much longer are you going to keep zapping? Come out and show yourself, Mundus!
as in Sparda's eyes.
Why my mother?
That useless being. If you need a mother, I can create it. As many as you want. Just like I created Trish.
Silence!
So, Trish... Oh, anyways. So, this is separated into two phases. Phase 1, Mundus' own pocket dimension, already putting Dante at universe-busting powers. Therefore, death battle is wrong. And in this phase, we have to try to survive and destroy these little balls he throws at us so we can use our DT gauge to summon a demon to attack him. Phase 2, we're in a little cave area where we have to fight him to the death, and it's really fun. I'll let the best clip in gaming play for you.
My mother risked her life for me. And now you, too. I should have saved you. I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light! This was my mother's. Now I'm giving it to you. My father's also here now. Rest in peace.
God, I love this game. We then run like hell to escape and we get out of here. The castle finally falls as we dropped into the bottom and fight what is left of Mundus.
Whoa! Whoa!
open. Dante, you are not getting away. This is where you will die.
I'm not going anywhere! Besides, there's no place to go! Look around! This'll be your burial ground as well!
What is the matter? Here your powers are weak, human.
No.
Dante, you'll be okay. You can do it.
What? Mother.
Dante, use my power!
Trish! Okay.
It looks like we have a winner.
Jackpot.
Goodbye. And when you do come back, give my regards to my son, will ya?
Trish!
Dante. Dante.
Trish, devils never cry. These tears are a gift only humans have.
We're too late.
No, Trish. It's never too late. And we humans never give up. Are you ready?
Yes!
Let's rock.
The sky. It's so clear. So blue.
The sky is fair. It'll always be above everyone's head, no different.
Like the sky. I feel like my heart is becoming clear.
Let's not forget, though, the Underworld's evil is still alive. They will someday return.
There's no need to worry, right? Because the world has the legendary Dark Knight Dante. And his sidekick.
Devil never cry. Yes? Okay, great. Where's the place? We'll be right there. This one has the password. Sounds heavy.
Okay, let's get it over with in 10 minutes. Can't let a single one of those suckers live.
5 minutes.
More than enough.
Okay, day 2, or day 2 of recording, day 3 because I didn't do anything yesterday. Anyways, fuck yeah, jackpot. God, I love this game so much. So, after this, he went on a few adventures before DMC2, one of which is in the DMC Volume 2 book. Ugh. So, after this, he went on a few... Oh, I just reread that. So, let's see what Volume 2 has. So, we open up with a young redhead in a library. She's looking for something that is a part of the library that was sealed around the time of Sparda's sealing. I've always wondered, how can a library be like 2,000 years old and no one was like, I wonder what's in the section sealed by, like, the demon god guy. That was kinda nice. But anyways, the underworld, is sealing away, which is a part of the underworld in some way, which is, I never understand. She senses a demon and pulls out a anti-tank rifle, ready to take down what might be there. So, Dante demon bullets kill demon, but fucking anti-tank rounds will punch a hole through the motherfuckers? Okay, that makes DMC 5 more confusing. I'll talk about that when I get to there if I remember, which I'm not good at remembering shit, so 50-50. But anyways, she takes out, the the fucking anti-tank rifle, the rifle of non-existence, ready to take down whatever creepy crawlies may be walking around there. As she fires into the room that was pitch black because the demon, of course, that demon made sure she took no cheap shots. So she rolls into the room and tries to kill the demon. It leaving after that, she is alone in the ruins of the library. We win! If I can speak. We then switch to the devilmaycry as Enzo tries to get Dante to do a job, as he gets a call about a different job, so he takes it as Enzo follows him to the place. So Enzo drops Dante off as they get attacked, but there was only one. He looks around, as he gets attacked by someone in a chopper, a human. Turns out, he's not getting attacked. He just happened to be where the demons were. And the demons, they aren't ordinary humans. They're demons that look like humans, that kill other demons. Man, the plot is making no fucking sense and we're only 20 pages in. So, they were actually possessed. Okay, now we're starting to get things a little back on track here. We're getting things a little back on track. The plane crashes, as a demon of nothingness emerges. A female demon that charges Dante as he fights, Meanwhile, Burial, the demon hunter that was from the beginning, bumps into Enzo as... Oh, by the way, the reason I didn't mention her name earlier, I low-key thought she was going to die. Like, low-key. But anyways. She then bumps into Enzo as the helicopter crashed. Enzo assumes it was Dante given his usual antics, and it turns out Burial called Dante to the mountains for the job. Enzo is rushing to Dante as he, as he fights the she-devil. He notices it was a little stronger than his normal job. So he starts messing with it, his usual MO, but he cuts its head off. We then get, he was getting bored just as Burial got there. She saw the demon that attacked her and shot it, not thinking about Dante. So he shoots her bullet out of the air. The anti-tank round at that destroyed by Dante's demon bullets. Man, this really is fucking crazy, dude. Because like anti-tank rounds are kind of fucking crazy. Given how many shots she fires off throughout, like, the fucking book, she must be, like, loaded or something. There's no way you have that many rounds and you're not absolutely rich or something. Like, while the book frames it as she's a poor woman who has nothing because her family died, how the fuck does she have the rounds? Like, low-key. It's kind of makes you wonder. But yeah. So after this, she apologizes. And they set up a little fire at the temple to warm up, while talking. So she explains that ever since an incident, she can now sense the power of the beast head statue from the underworld. The thing that enables the people to look like the demon. Oh wait, I just explained something I wasn't supposed to explain yet. Fuck it, weeball. Anyway, so yeah. Me trying to read my scripts are fucking crazy, Okay, so yeah, here we are. She sensed the power of the beast head, a statue from the underworld. She explains she has to find it to put it into her pain, which, like, fair. It was like a continuous, it is a continuous throbbing in a shoulder. Because, like, if I was in the same, like, continent as the statue and it would throb, yeah, I'd like to find it because that's annoying. So, yeah, it turns out the she-devil was a succubus. Man, their creatures have been battered by pop culture, man. Poor demons. Horny demons now. Anyways, she wants them to leave since Dante wants to help her find it, and she wants to do it herself. She must really fucking hate it. She wants it to be her life mission and no one else's. And, all the later, people start talking about what might have taken down the old temple. The biggest theory was a big bat. But a man named Durkin, a real scoundrel, went to sleep hungry and woke up to a thing smashing into his home. It died in the rubble and he took the statue. He heard a voice asking, "Do you want to learn your full potential?" And he said, fucking hell yeah. It's the, then people shrouded in black, fucking fooled his ass right through the broken wall and he fell down 2 stories. The people sped aside as his boss was there, and his boss simply says nothing of what happened because that was a potential future he got shown if he did something. What is that? I don't fucking know. Okay? This scene in the book is not described well. And it's always like the first 5 chapters of every single Devil May Cry book has like a few details. What are you doing? Have like these few details that are really confusingly explained. And then fixed like later, but then you're really confused for the rest of the reading time. I just wanted to mention that because it's like in all of them. Other than the other, no, even in the graphic ones, there's like one thing that's really confusing. No. There. Oh. Okay, now stop doing what you're doing. Not talking to you guys. I'm talking to a cat. The cat's being a cat and jumping everywhere with reckless abandon for its existence. But yeah, it's like a thing in every single piece of like Devil May Cry literature that I've read, which is all of it. There's like always like these few details that are really confusing. Other than like maybe Deadly Fortune, but Deadly Fortune has like its own set of problems. Pacing entirely makes no fucking sense, but it's really funny when you've played the games. Because then you see what the canonical thing is, but technically the games are more canon than the books. But the books give you background details where they think it's important, which is confusing. I'll get to that later. Let's just stay focused on the book, okay? And, you know, don't get agreed, you know. Chin the boss is, you know, looking for a statue and not finding it. He assumes their friend Dunkus has it. They decide to let Dunkus have it for a minute, you know, see how much heat it will bring. Which actually kind of makes this guy one of the smartest people in the entire fucking series, because bro's like, let's let this little shit deal with it for a minute, you know, see what it brings. Fucking Virgil in 3 was like, yeah, I'm going to raise a giant-ass tower and get my brother here, instead of, like, he only needs Dante for the last part. You could have just, like, ambushed him at any point and got the amulet that way. Again, Virgil is not a bit more honorable, but still, that is a option, a valid one. But no, let's just raise the fucking tower and have a fun fight. I know it's kind of like a thing there, but like in DMC 1, fucking Mundus left ample opportunity for Dante to get 2 devil arms. 2! Like, bro, you expected to live? Fucking idiot. I'm just gonna say it. Mundus could have killed Dante from the start if he just didn't let him get access to the devil arms, or not let him have any access to Nello Angelo, which had the other half, which could awaken Sparda's power. I would be focused on keeping the amulet as far away from Dante as possible. So what? He enters my domain, I can squish him like bug. Fucking smartest villain here. Just find out what it does before fucking doing it. I don't know, that's just something that mildly, like, infuriated me. It was like, why? I understand gameplay purposes / I feel like Mundus thought Virgil could kill Dante given their previous encounters. But still, bro's kind of stupid. You know. So Dante at his shop, you know, knowing something's going on, prepares for what, you know, will happen. Meanwhile, Dunkus is, you know, really lucky ever since he picked the thing up. Chin heard of this and decides to let this go on for a bit longer, you know. Good luck may not be the only thing it holds. So waiting is the best choice for Chin, that way he kind of knows everything it does, you know. But Chin has overheard that Dante is on the hunt for it, given his whole getting rid of demon thing. And Chin wants him to be taken care of, so he tasks the demons that work for him to get it done. Burial shows up at the Devil May Cry with a newspaper that had Dunkus on it. Burial explains how they need to get it so her thing can finally be over with. Dante and Burial prepares to go get it off him, as, you know, Dunkus has been getting swarmed by the paparazzi, and he learned that the statue could give him glimpses of the past and future. He saw his death by the hands of the legendary demon hunter, Dante. All of a sudden, the window near Dunkus broke by bullets as they broke into his room, but at that moment, he hid under the bed. You know, after that, the guards, you know, the head guards heard something, and he knew that they would come after him again. So he jumps out the window as he grew wings to fly. Oh, so it turns you into the demon. So the statue itself is a succubus. That is a beautifully interesting concept that I never seen done. What if instead of the succubus, like, draining your soul or your life or your balls, depending on what corner of the internet you weirdos occupy, or general media, because media is media and it's disgusting sometimes, as all things are. Instead of that doing that, your soul slowly gets, like, corrupted and turned into a demon. That sounds fun. Somebody should make a movie about that, you know what I mean? After that, Dante saw him flying away and got on his motorcycle to chase after. And yes, this is the first time it is mentioned in the entire novel. This, like, really did annoy me while reading, because I was like, where the fuck did it come from? So, yeah. So, Chin manages to use his spotlight to get Dunkus's attention, and Chin makes sure that Dunkus gets out of here, especially so the statue will be ready for whenever Chin had planned to use it. So he sends him out to his yacht so that he can figure out what's going on while he's away. Chin figures out what to do when Dante and the red-haired chick strolls up. So Dante then saw the two helicopters taken off. One had Chin and the other had Dunkus. So the shadow people are called Ghost Knights, and we get some lore about Chin. He is a cannibal, or is called that, and everybody knows about him. Other than that, Dante is, seems about right, as a ton of those Ghost Knights attack Dante. He already knew their weak spot was the mask, and was going to town while Burial was struggling to take down even a single one with her gun. It jammed and she almost died as Dante saves her and dispatches the last of them. And there was this little moment I didn't really add, but she was kind of shocked he was killing people this blatantly. As he explains, they're demons. What do you mean I'm killing people? I don't know why I didn't write that down in the script. I probably really should have. I just remember it because it was really interesting how they frame it. And I think I didn't mention it because it seemed a little too one-offy. But honestly, it is a really fun idea. I hope they do explore in a game, maybe. Because this is a really interesting idea that, if done right, could make an entire game. And, I know I said I wouldn't really talk about the anime much, but if the anime did things in this way, where it was like the demons are the bad guys, but the poor people getting dragged into this are the people you should feel bad for. Could have probably been done better. To be fair, anything would have been better than the fucking anime. Dear God, how the fuck do you mess that up when they done it? Like, the 2007 anime was good. How do you fuck it up? Like, literally, all they had to do was retell Devil May Cry 3, and it would have been perfect. Or pre-DMC 3. Explain the fucking novel. The first novel, which was really fucking good. Or the manga. You have Volume 3! Supposedly. I'm so I need to shut up, because if I start talking about the fucking anime, we're going to be here all day. So, yeah. She almost dispatched them, Dante says. Okay, yeah. Dunkus can wait. We need to give Chin a visit. All the pain he's caused needs pay. We then switch to Dunkus as he starts to have a complete breakdown, knowing Dante will kill him. The statue says, sacrifice all to us. And he starts losing his mind, chewing on the statue. Anyways, Chin is watching him, wondering what would happen if he had the power of even a minor demon, let alone a greater demon. Dante and Burial are going to shore, as that's where the dark clouds are at the most. And they can sense the demon's power. The beast heads had turned him into a Cerberus. I've already mentioned how we have a puppy named Cerberus, I remember that. Anyways, the three-headed dog eyes them. Dante, eyed them. Dante powered into the creature, poured. Dear God, fucking, I hate autocorrect sometimes. Because I'll type things correctly, but it'll be autocorrect because I accidentally added a letter. Or something I really hate about Google Docs, which is where I write all my scripts, because Microsoft Windows is, at least most of Windows, like Microsoft Word is so fucking outdated, using it is genuinely more of a pain in my ass than I would rather it be. So I just don't use it, because this is just slightly easier. And these videos already take hours of my life. I don't want it to take any more than it needs. But I will type a word. True story. I typed the same word, perfectly right, 28 times. It kept autocorrecting to the other one. And I would go backspace, backspace. I would just... okay, I had to make sure it wouldn't do anything. So I would go... and then I type, dang or something, or it would autocorrect to something. I don't remember the word. But it just annoyed me because it kept autocorrecting, and I was like, motherfucker, that's not the word I spelled! I spelled it right! What are you doing, customer? And it got me heated. Because it really pissed me the fuck off. Anyway, so Dante poured into the creature with ebony and ivory while Burial was having a fucking existential crisis after realizing she is witnessing a re-rendition of Sparda with a less powerful demon. She starts to help out Dante, then he then whips out Rebellion and cuts off a head as he falls into the ocean just to have a laugh. Yeah, this motherfucker is just goofy woohoo pizza man.
They did it better than they did in the second game, I'm just saying, which we're going to have to talk about soon.
He then jumps his way back onto the top of the mountain as they obliterate the last two heads. But as the last head died, it spit out Dunkus, a more confident, more powerful Dunkus. He walks over to Dante, greets him, Dante, a little bored, goes along with it because, well, it's Dante and he's bored. What else is he going to do? Average Dante, he just goes along with it. But Burial is, just sick of this shit and fires a few rounds at him. He teleports behind her and sends a gust of wind at her, but with his back to Dante, he lobs Dunkus 2.0 into 3 halves as a little bit of left of the beast's head thinks about eating Burial. Then all of a sudden, they both get teleported inside of it as they fall into the abyss. Again, this is me trying to explain, because I think what happens is the translation. Because if for those who don't know, Capcom is a Japanese company, which is kind of why we will get moments like in the Resident Evil. The Resident Evil games, they are a great example. That's why the voice acting is really fucked in the first game. It's because they sent some poor Japanese guy who barely knew English to America to get it translated, right? And he just, when they were doing the voice acting, he says, and I quote, this is a translated quote, okay? Again, this is from what I've heard, not the exact quote, and I don't know where it comes from, so don't... Not trying to spread misinformation, just I heard it, and I think it's really funny. He was noted as saying, from what I've read, he just kept picking what he thought was the coolest option to put in the game, which is fucking funny. Which is kind of why I think there are a lot of these translation issues. It's not poorly explained. It might literally just be poor translation. Which is probably why a lot of the fan-translated media, like DMC4, Deadly Fortune, is a lot easier to fucking read. Because it's translated by fans to be as close as possible. Oh, man. But anyways, they fall into the abyss and we learn about Burial and her trauma. It turns out when she was younger, her mother died and her father tried everything to bring her back. You know, bring her back to life, using the dog heads to try. But it was all in vain as the dog statue took him over and he almost killed his daughter. Someone killed him before he could do so, but not before cutting her soldier, which is how she got the scar that allows her to sense demons. Okay, one mystery solved for now. I had a theory that Burial, when she got the beast heads, was just going to, you know, use it. Didn't happen, actually. This right here made me go, oh. Okay, maybe my theory's wrong, but I'm delusional enough to still believe in it. This is what I do a lot. Anyways. They're somewhere similar to the underworld, but not exactly. So he jumps down from the cave once Burial recovered consciousness and is not fully out of it. So this book drops some heavy lore. The Ghost Shadows were under direct control of Nello Angelo, and they got sent to another universe where Nello Angelo or Virgil. You know, Nello Angelo or Virgil is the good guy, and Dante as a child was abducted from birth to serve Mundus. And so this Dante joins our Dante joins the Shadow. Which, by the way, we never find out what happened to that other Dante. Because we never encounter him at all. Which would have been kind of fucking cool to watch a Dante v Dante. One evil Dante versus one good Dante. Dude, imagine how fucking crazy this story could have gone. It would have been peak! It would have been so peak. Anyways, as him and Burial go to their camp, Dante explains everything, you know, as the spy gets cut down. So, Mundus, a stronger one, now knows about this, and you know, he meets the leaders of the rebels, which are all the enemies, or bosses rather, from Malay Island. But now on Dante's side, because history was different. Humans actually betrayed Sparda and delivered him to Mundus so they, you know, wouldn't die. While the villains of Malay Island watched over Sparda's wife and kin to protect them. Man, this shit's like fucking crazy. Dante is like, well, I need this universe's statue to get out of this world and back to mine. And yes, Mundus has it, so he has to kill Mundus a second time. And because he doesn't have the Devil Sword Sparda, he has to do this shit on his own. So, I don't see this going well, given how much Dante struggled the first time. So, as they clean their weapons, an army of Trishas appeared. And now they're attacking them. I'm not lying, I think the first half of this book was planned. And then they were like, well, how the fuck do we end this? Because we need more pages. And some, like, dude that was stoned in the corner was like, dudes, I got a fucking crazy idea that's going to serve so much fan service. What if, hear me out, they get transported to a different reality, and, like, Dante was bad in this reality and helps them save their world? Wouldn't that be fucking awesome? Because there's no other way you can really describe this shit other than some guy probably got stoned and was like, oh bro, you know what would be fucking crazy? This shit. There's no way you can explain that in any other way. So Dante knows he's gonna have one hell of a time. He drops in knowing, he drops in knowing her. May tire himself out before the end. Before the end of them. The leader, who are demons from an island in the prime timeline, are deciding they may need to take their original forms if they are to win, but they also don't want to be taken over by Mundus. But their backs are kind of against the wall, so they take their demon forms and back up Dante. It's really fucking awesome, dude. He's near Trish and, notices the real one. Now, I wrote, notice it that she's using the legendary Devil Sword Sparda. No, she's using Alistair, which it wasn't really explained well in my defense. And this is kind of fucking awesome. As he is near Trish, he notices, So he needs to end this quick. Drops right on her and starts kicking ass and taking names. So she is not using the Sparda, she's using Alistair. He said the blade he used to defeat Mundus, not the one he fought through Melat Island. That's slightly my fault for assuming Sparda. It literally said the sword he used to defeat fucking Mundus. So I was like, oh, it must be the Devil Sword Sparda. No! I'm stupid. It was Alistair, of course. You know what? You guys decide if I'm stupid. I'll let you guys do it in the comments. See if I'm stupid for assuming it's Sparda. I'm definitely not engaging for me. What do you mean? Anyways, my bad. Anyways, so they fight, and Alistair is said to enhance their physical strength and speed. So he has to go against a stronger, faster Trish, and he is already tuckered out. But he uses strategy to bait her, and with that, he has her right in the line for a bone-breaking episode as he breaks her fucking kneecaps so she couldn't get away. Damn, that's just cold as hell. He then hits her with that jackpot, but killing not just his partner in the prime timeline, but someone who looked like his mom did shake him up a bit before continuing on with his journey. With what was left of the militia, they pressed into hell in all their unholy allies were easily able to take down who stands in their way because they're in hell. But they could be overloaded with power, so soon They couldn't go further, and Burial chooses to join Dante as they enter the Chamber of Mundus. We then switch back to Chin admiring his art of Duncus cramping in eternal agony. Why did you do that, cat? That's my shaker, dude. Why did you shut up? Don't knock over my stuff, cat, okay? Just stay on the desk. Can you not yell for 5 seconds? Oh, anyways, cats being, them. Duncus is steeled in stone. Now back to Dante as he is fighting Mundus. The fucking universe. He is so strong, he is literally a universe. A full alternate area. Fucking, wow, Dante is killing the shit out of the King of the Underworld twice. They fade away, and now we're back in the Prime timeline. To Chin, he's going on about how he has so much power and money, and it was only natural for him to work with the Underworld. Man, if billionaires could actually interact with the Underworld, shit would be crazy. And the black market. Okay, that one kind of made sense to me, because, if Chin didn't work with the black market, I'd be like, just hell? I didn't know the Underworld had money. Dante woke up somewhere he is not familiar in, with Burial woke up first and deciding to go out on her own. She saw a ton of test tube humans, experiments, the whole shebang, which gave me a lot of, Umbrella vibes. Another series Capcom made, which I think may be literally just a incident, because Resident Evil also has novels that I do plan to read if I ever do a video on, characters who have novels about them, Anyways, she hears someone coming and hides. She tries to take them out when Dante makes sure she didn't stab him, after, they kind of know each other. So they catch up on where they are, and Dante recognizes the magic, not how they are doing it. Rather, he can tell why he recognizes the eyes. It's the way they used to possess humans. He figures the masks are how Chin is controlling them when all of a sudden a tremor shakes only the facility. Burial felt her scar burning, so it has to be the beast heads. Chin ran to the chamber with the fossilized Duncus, as the beast heads returned to its original form, so he could claim its power. The second he touched it, he asked for a small vision and saw Dante and Burial coming for him. Knowing there's no way, no stopping it, he did what he did best and give them a warm welcome. And he did it in his boastful manner, striking up some banter just like Dante did. But it didn't last long as Chin summoned some of his ghost knights. So Burial shot her anti-tank gun at them, and she mentions how her bullets absorb magic and nullifies demons, thus the reason they ripped them apart. Ain't that some bullshit? And, Dante, with ease, he quips and, the fight gets good. They take care of the rest of the demons as Chin disappears, or rather he used a hatch right below him to drop under the floor. Dante makes a joke about how he is paranoid and followed suit to find the guy. So Ouroboros called Chin about his Ghost Knight operation, promising him a homunculi in exchange for them, and Chin says, give them all of them. And then, for them and the rescue. He knew he was at the edge here, and just was like, take them. Having some extra cash wouldn't hurt. And he read up a bit more on the beast heads and wanted to experiment on having Dante wear it. So Burial is trying to find where he is, where he's using it, and using the scare, since they found him through the escape chute. As they got into the office, a bunch of traps spring, but Dante notices he felt heavier. He figured out without magic, Dante can't do as much as he normally can. Still stronger and faster and a bit more durable than a normal human, but not as busted as his lore accurate form. As he walks into the guy's room, he is consumed by a sign creature, as it forces its way into him, messing with his insides, while Chin did what Chin does best and give it to Dante, still suspended in the gel, and it in full replaced his power. And they both then knew how the thing worked. They used the soul, which is why it worked on humans but not on demons. But given Dante's heritage, this thing was a power converter that turned humans, to deem good or bad. The statue was just a statue that converted power. Chin was ecstatic at the research and started to think of applications, and Dante says, "You must be crazy to think I'm gonna let you go." Chin says, "I thought to let you live," and, eats the fucking beast heads, mentioning how if you are right about how it only targets humans and not regular demons, then since he is 70% demons due to experiments, that should be fine. So he swallows it and uses him as the experiment. He grows massive and they fight. Dante realizes that as time goes on, he could block his attack and it would still hurt Dante. As he could, see the future, he could essentially fuck Dante before Dante fuck him, essentially. Dante thus got his arms broken trying to grapple him. And, got it broken in two places. Dante realizing he can't exactly do things, exactly what can happen. He knows he's kind of fucked, especially when Chin starts moving like Sparda with a similar weapon. He recognizes these attacks as Sparda used them against him when they would train, and Chin, knowing Dante, just figured out how fucked he is, and he starts to glow. Dante recognizes that the way he talked and walked, it reminded him of Nello Angelo. Both of them back to the story of their full demonic power clash. Dante knew this guy had no soul. The way he fought, shallow, and it was, he had to do what he did with Nello and Virgil to this guy. So Chin cloned a version of Sparda and used that to give himself demonic power. Before the beast heads, which, actually kind of valid. A way to get power. Anyways, Chin charged Dante and he ripped Chin in half with Rebellion, hitting his arm, and now he had no working arm. So Dante starts kicking, making sure the beast head didn't escape again. Burial yelled, "Watch out," as she shot the beast head, escaping Chin's body in the chest, and Dante plunges Rebellion into the hole, destroying the statue. Dante, of course, says jackpot as he passes out. Sometime later, Dante was at his shop, bored out of his gourd by, more boring jobs, when a map with a dagger goes through the window and hits his desk. He sees that it's a museum and decides to take the job, which is what leads into DMC 2. Now, this book doesn't mess with the timeline at all. It just makes things a bit more confusing, but in more of a strange way. Because the way it works is kind of funny. Like, it is real funny the way this, like, works. Because it doesn't break anything. It makes it a bit weird that demon blood can be, like, fossilized without anything, because he became 70%, Chin became 70% demon through using Sparda's blood, right? I didn't know demon blood could fossilize without the thing that makes fossilized blood. Uh-huh. You know what I mean? It's just like, that feels like there should be a little more there. But hey, we might as well talk about the game now. Before that, we need to talk about the anime and the audio drama. After that, it's the 4th game and bits from the novel, and then the 2 DMC5 books, then the game. After that, we're about done. Okay, so the anime. Episode 1 is really good. We open up on Dante on a job in a bar after a mild chat about strawberry sundaes. He kills all the demons. Oh, by the way, I don't know if I can show any footage without getting, like, copyright stricken to hell. Okay, I can. So enjoy the big white text saying, "Don't touch me, YouTube." The anti-copyright words. I hope to God I actually add that in. That'd be so fucking funny. It would be. Anyways, anyways, you know what, let's just restart this section. Episode 1 is really good. We open up with Dante on a job in a bar after a mild joke about strawberry sundae. He kills all the demons. The next day, Morrison gets him a job to look after a little girl named Patty. He needs to get her to a mansion because she is a bastard child of some rich guy, so if she can't get there by some arbitrary time, but if she does get there by an arbitrary time, she gets all the money, so the brothers are trying to get her killed. Kind of makes sense, honestly. Like, if I had some rich dad and, like, turned out he had some bastard child, and that's the reason I'm not allowed to get money, I'd be pissed as fuck. Like, easily. But, yeah. Or at least one of them is trying to get Dante killed. So he has to fight demons, and he kills them all pretty brutally. But after that, he makes sure Patty doesn't see them. After the strange hotel guy turned out to be a demon, Dante has to save Patty again and get her, you know, he has to get there in time. But an older woman was already there, and she is the real Patty. She used Dante and the kid as a decoy so she could get the cash without any problems. One of the brothers turns out to be a demon, and Dante kills the demon and gets his cash. And now he's stuck with Patty for the rest of the 12-episode show. I don't know why Patty fucking existed, but she this is canon. She does still exist in the timeline according to DMC5, which is our most recent, you know, game. You know, the game that came out in, like, what was it, 2021? Or is it 2022? I can't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, oh, 2019. It didn't come out in 2020. I thought it came out around the time when COVID started to get bad. So anyways, episode 2. So some guy is on a bike and gets passed by somebody or something. He then goes too fast and fucking dies. So lady lets a demon think she's another victim. And then, you know, she kills him before getting a new job to take on. Whatever is going on at the bridge, you know. Dante's dealing with Patty's antics, as always, as the lady comes in to get him to help her with a job. So, their idea is to get Dante on a motorcycle and the other guy there. That way, when they race, the demon will show up and will be quickly dealt with. Taking 2 jobs down at once! And it works. The demon took the bait, and after a awesome spectacle of a fight like that, another mission is done. She kept all the pay as normal because he owes her probably a shit ton of money, which I mean, it's Dante. If he doesn't owe somebody money, whoever's writing it doesn't know Dante. Because if he doesn't owe at least 13 people enough money to pay off a debt of a small ocean country, then there's something wrong. Anyways, so episode 3. Some lady trips and some guy gives her assistance, like healing with magic and shit, and she is head over heels for him, as they seem to be completely in love. But her family hates him, literally seals her away, you know. Anyways, back at the devilmaycry shop, normal Patty, not Panty. Anyways, normal Patty antics aside, as Morrison comes in and, you know, delivers him a job. Ah, water. Anyways, oh great, they're at it again. So fun. So yeah, Morrison comes in and delivers him a job, and Dante's job is to kill the fucking guy that she's in love with, which is kind of fucking crazy, dude. You know, and they think the guy is killing all the women that have been going missing. They think it's him, since his powers are most likely demonic, which kind of fair, honestly. And warn him, but he doesn't want her to get dragged into it, so he tells her to leave him. Dante sees him and walks into a bar, yeah. Takes a seat next to him, and he fucking bitch smacks his kid the second she walks in the door, like, damn. Oh, we are back with Dante, and he, you know, he pokes around trying to figure out this guy's deal as his leader comes out, and Dante brings it down, and he points a gun at the man and asks, "You a demon or a human?" And a human can love, and, you know, Dante, oh wait, fuck. I missed reading, I think. You know what, fuck it. You know, kills the guy, and, you know, he spares the demon, since he's basically human. And whoever his master is going to come here and kill them, and, you know, he informs Dante he can stop it and break out of the room, you know, after hearing him die. The lady breaks out of the room after hearing him die. God, I need to, like... Why are these scripts always, like, the hardest ones to read, man? So, yeah. After hearing him die, and Dante comes in and tries to stop the ritual before he can come, cold, but he makes it just in time to knock him right back down into hell. Dante leaves, quitting the job since the guy was basically fucking human, and Dante only kills demons, you know? So, yeah. Now we're on to, honestly, one of the most important episodes, and like the only real episode that impacts the entire franchise. Oh wait, I forgot about DMC5, the phone call. So, yeah, I mean, this one changes the franchise a bit more. So, episode 4, where Lady meets Trish. It begins with Lady using some poor sap as bait to lure out demons. She then does her thing, and, but she gets interrupted by Trish shocking the competition. Lady was, getting hired by a holy man to kill her, so... Lady and Trish get into a fight, having no ideals, they're really allies. And Lady manages to get Trish in a pissing mood, so Trish dips before she has to, actually deal with any of that. Lady recognizes the way she fights, goes to Dante for information. Lady, knowing she ain't getting anything from him, decides to go out on the prowl for Trish. Well, she just watches from afar. After some more Patty antics, gets a call from Trish as she comes to antagonize Lady, and after that, she has to pick up some new clothes. She bumps into Trish. They follow Lady into the church, and Lady does what she does best, leveling the fucking playing field with a rocket launcher the size of a fucking Ford F-150. Probably hits harder than a Ford. But yeah. Trish is about to kill Lady when she cuts her hair with a bullet, and the battle quickly escalates to a fucking cat fight. Which is kind of fucking funny, honestly, seeing two women who could probably literally destroy the average man slowly descend into a literal cat fight. This shit's funny as fuck, dude. I love watching this episode just because of how stupid it makes Lady and Trish. But they do it in kind of the most realistic way. Like, out of all of, like, the way people describe catfights, honestly, this is probably the most lore-accurate catfight ever. Anyways, Dante comes to shut it down, and Lady is pissed about being in the dark, and, Dante clears everything up. The true demon comes out, it was the holy man in disguise, and they fucking evaporate the guy. I kinda feel bad for him. They plan to take off and leave Dante the bill, then on to episode 5, Dante does his usual thing as a customer, keeps messing with a waitress. Actually, episode 5 is low-key one of my favorites because it's so fucking stupid. Because the plot is so, like, stupid. I can't wrap my mind around it. Because low-key, I think there would be people who would do something this, like, fucking stupid. So, yeah, this customer keeps messing with one of the waitresses, and, they use Dante as a way to get this goober off his back, and, the man now has a grudge with Dante, and he starts to fucking stalk Dante, trying to figure out what his shtick is, and why she loves Dante. Which is kind of fucking funny. Man, I want this woman, so I'll stalk this guy she likes to see why she likes him. I see this motherfucker. This motherfucker looks like he does live in a trailer park. Hold on. I want to be honest. I pulled up a photo. Motherfucker kind of he looks like he lives in a trailer park. I'm not gonna lie. That fucking shitty V. Motherfucker looks like Brody Fox, kinda, and like the face structure. He looks like the Yo Mama guy, Yo Mama's, that shit. He does kinda look like him, low-key. Or I'm tweaking. You guys can tell me in the comments. Low-key does kinda look like that. So, yeah. He sees Dante on a job as he kills a she-demon. He mistakes it as him killing some poor woman. And tries to give her a, he then tries to give the fucking... the waitress a heads up, this guy's fucking crazy. And based on what he saw, he gets chastised, by the lady, and then Patty chases him off. You know, normal Patty shenanigans take place. I want you guys to know, I said Patty antics like once or twice, and then I just kept it as an on-running joke. I could explain what she does half the fucking time, but it doesn't matter. Because she makes no fucking sense until, like, episode, like, 11, 10, and 12. 10, 11, and 12. I don't know why the fuck she existed. I guess that anime bullshit, I assume. Because there's not a child in your anime, something's wrong, apparently. At least that's what I assume, honestly. I don't know why the fuck they added some child in there. Like, hell, you could have put, like, that budget towards a
fucking devil trigger for Dante, maybe?
Yeah, I'm so mad we never got to see a devil trigger design for Dante in the show. That's something that actually pissed me the fuck off, I'm not gonna lie. I have a slight disdain for the show, literally just because we never got to see a devil trigger. Because I was like, oh my god, I want to see cinematic devil trigger, and it's gonna look so much better than that, what the fuck Addis Shaker did. What the fuck? I have no idea if I'm saying his name right, and I don't give a shit. I don't like him. I don't like the fucking new anime. I prefer the 2007 one. This fucking anime is 18 years old. Anyways, so, yeah. And he keeps an eye on Dante and sees another one of his jobs, and then gets the misconception train keeps on rolling. He walks right into Dante's shop trying to find anything to get Dante behind bars, as the fucking bell starts speaking to him, whispering sweet nothings into his ear, and, you know, he starts to tweak the fuck out, and he, you know, once again, then he needs, you know, once again, his plan of getting the chick to, you know, fails. This guy pulls out a fucking gun planning on killing Dante. As the demons come up on this guy and Dante kills the demons, and less the misconceptions just keeps on rolling, right as Dante walks in to get his normal, and Dante gets informed of this guy stalking him and getting the bell as he plans to move away before he gets, you know, killed by Dante. You know, comes up, and the guy's fearing for his life. You know, so he left. So Dante just follows the guy and summons the demons using the bell to make the guy watch, and then gives the guy a suggestion to talk to the lady instead of stalking him. He becomes like Dante's apprentice, and this never comes the fuck up, despite the fact it's the funniest shit. Like, I really like these dumb episodes of the anime that you could tell, like, the creators wanted to make. Because they were like, oh man, what if Dante was in this situation? Wouldn't it be funny? What if Dante became, like, a surrogate father? That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Seeing how he's probably in his fucking... We don't know how old Dante is. He could very well be, like, 100 years old and we wouldn't know, really. Know what I mean? Anyways, on to episode 6. So yeah, episode 6, we opened on a concert which was a very cool opening. Anyways, some demon raided a record shop. The She-Devil sets the place on fire as Dante plays one of his favorite records. As the record player stops working and he accidentally breaks it, Morrison has to then fix the thing up. Morrison gives him a job, and Morrison knows there might be a reason they need someone of his caliber. And Dante figures he can get some info and have a quick and easy job. So this guy plays a record, Dante's favorite song. You know, what a coincidence. And the She-Devil hears it and gets infuriated because it is her music. We get a cool fight scene with a banger song going on. Like, it's so fucking cool. I fucking love this shit, dude. Like, I really love the action and shit because it's, like, really neat. The way they did it, and the fact they had such a low budget and was able to do what they did, just, I think it's cool. But yeah, and on top of that cool fight scene, we get a fucking banger song going on. I fucking love this show, you know? She sees the man run away as he says her name. Dante gets, you know, the lore drop about this guy and her. He did all the work on getting her record published and, you know, all the business stuff, you know, the important thing. She gets impatient and, you know, every time somebody gets patient, this shit happens. And he's trying his best, and she just starts fucking bullying and belittling him in hell. He's trying his best, man. So, yeah. She just, yeah. She took off, and that's when that's when murders in her name were committed, and she, you know, withdrew from everyone. And she disappeared. Like, you know, she sees the demon she sold her soul to, and it gives her what she wanted. And the demon took her side. The girl crumbled, you know, crumbling to the ground, knowing she just fucked up. Gives into the demon, you know. And then Dante tries to coax her back into the fight as she gives into the demon's request. As Dante prepares for one hell of a fight. I fucking love the siren aesthetic, this show. Like, I really love the siren aesthetic. Because, like, some of my favorite songs from, like, Epic the Musical, for an example, since that's one of the few things that have a siren. Oh, and Hades 2! I actually have a funny story. So the siren song is, hold on, what is it? Let me find it real quick. Coral Crown, right? I think. I'm pretty sure it's, hold on, let me check real quick so I know I ain't spreading misinformation. I'm pretty sure it's Coral Crown, but, yeah. I actually found that song by complete accident. I like the Hades games, but I got that song by complete, like, accident and was like, oh my god, that's good. And for Epic the Musical, I have literally all both of the songs with the sirens. Because they're genuinely good. I like the siren aesthetic in the show because it does the thing right, where it's not fish, but it's not woman. It's a good middle ground that I really enjoy. Because I feel like a lot of media with sirens really dig too far into the whole being a fish thing, or too womanly, because I feel like you need to strike a good middle ground for the siren to be good, and I think they did. The show really had so many good ideas. So anyways, the man is struggling to shoot her as she gets struck down, or at least the demon half. And Dante watches a mini love scene goes on as she passes out. He then got a replica of his favorite song from her as thanks. But those two did get together, which filled my dark soul with light. It's like fucking 1 a.m. I'm losing my mind a little here. So if I start going like incoherent, you probably won't. You want to hear this part? I'll probably cut it out if I get too incoherent. I've done that before. I cut like a quarter of that, said that I had to re-record it because I was actually incoherently rambling. It got bad. So episode 7 begins with some guy, you know, finds a fish with a demon artifact attached to it. You know, and it claims she knows he, you know, it claims it can grant the guy one wish. Some lady comes in and asks Dante to, you know, to save her brother since she knows he didn't do it. He asks for proof. And after she produces nothing, she offers a ring and then fucking, like, disappears. So he decides to see if he can find... Oh, my nose. See if he can find anything. So he goes to the bar that he knows the guy used to go to, trying to get at least some info. So he spills the tale and saw how the man fucking liquefied. So Dante is like, well, why not go to the source? So he commits a crime and, you know, gets locked up in the same prison, you know, Lady's older brother got locked in, and the prisoner, he fucking Dante got filled up by the warden. He proceeds to then break his cane and get locked up right next to the brother. So all I want to say is, like, this fucking warden made my skin crawl and still does, because bro looks like he was about to, like, either suck off Dante or make Dante suck him off. Either way, there was some sexual tension in the air I did not quite enjoy. But to be fair, when there's sexual shit in my shows, most of the time I'm like, dude, didn't fucking need this at all. So yeah, he gets locked up right next to the brother. He needs to save, the lady from, let's save the guy. The lady's watching from afar and, kind of becomes transparent. Hold on. And Dante wants his story, and after he hears a demon, as the demon world gets thrown around, his interest is piqued, and, the demon wants him to make a wish, and the guy had no wishes that the demon could commit. The demon could make... Oh. So, I listen to Spotify while, working on scripts, because sometimes I can't focus, so I have that in the background to keep my mind focused. And different beasts just started playing. I know we're off that siren. Dude, I said siren right as the fucking song said it. Hold on. I'm gonna focus in here, right? I know this is past the siren, conversation, but that just started playing, so I figured to mention it. I'm trying not to get incoherent. I'm half tempted to go make some, what does the box say? Some, Dragon Fruit Punch gamer subs, because I am kind of an addict for that shit, because it's kind of peak. That and Guacamole Gamer Fart. If you ever want to try gamer subs, get either Guacamole Gamer Fart or Dragon Fruit Punch. Genuinely, those are the best flavors. I need to focus, but you know what? I am going to make myself some so I can actually stay awake and coherent. Man, gamer subs, that hits like a Ford F-150 at 120. Whew. Anyways. So yeah, he tries to make wishes and the demon wouldn't grant any of them. And it was by complete accident. His friend, he accidentally wished for his friend's death. And now Dante needs to get them out, which every cell randomly unlocks because the guards are demons and they all attack Dante. Lady happens to find the mask and she plays along with it before blowing it to high heavens. We then back to Dante as he captured everyone who did this hell. And, then, sets them up. Sets them... and had them set themselves up to free him. As he proceeds to murder them for they were no longer helpful. The mask returns and Dante prepares to kill the thing after a cool fight scene. The demon of the week is dead, and the demon from episode 1 returns and steals the mask. The mask pieces. Dante asks, what the fuck are you up to? And he says, you'll find out. And Dante hears about the guy's sister's death and then figures that her soul wanted to help him. So her soul got Dante to help him. And then sees her soul fade away. Which I don't understand, given what we know about, like, the way... Like, we don't really know how souls work in the Devil May Cry verse. And I think this is giving us a hint there is an afterlife that is a good side rather than it all being bad, you know? Oh man, I took another shot at gamer subs. Oh, that was a bad fucking idea. I am awake. Holy fuck, is this what being normal feels like? This is fucking weird. I feel awake. Now on to episode 8. Morrison gets Dante for the job, and, you know, this guy calls Dante Anthony. And Dante, you know, remains pretty set in the, I don't know who you are, dude. This guy says, I can clear you in your mom's name. The fire wasn't your fault. I know who did it. It was a demon's fault. So Dante takes a job because, you know, demon. Morrison thinks Dante's lying about not knowing him, at least in a little sense, you know. So, yeah. About not being him since he is, like, the only devil hunter that he knows. I mean, outside of, like, Lady and Trish. But to be fair, Lady's a lot more, I will do anything for cash. And Trish, she doesn't get paid. She just does this for the love of the game. You know what I mean? But, yeah, that stuff. But Dante is pretty set on, I am not whoever the fuck this guy is on about. And he then heads to the island to at least check it out. Dante follows the guy around, trying to drill into his head, I am not Anthony, and the guy is happy to hear about Dante and the circus tent where he heard it from. The demon from episode 1 is in there, and after Dante can't seem to catch him, continues to follow this guy around. So, they see the teacher, and, you know, she sees him and also believes him to be Anthony, and they explain how they found out a demon was summoned in the ruins, and it all came about. And he learned all this from the circus. The guy from episode 1 was just inciting all of it. Dante continues to go along with it so he can kill more demons, you know. Dante meets the guy's wife and she explains everything, and apparently Anthony went by Tony. Okay. That adds some credence to this actually being, Dante being Anthony. We never know if Dante is actually Anthony. It's never fully confirmed. There's enough for me to say he probably is, which is why I mentioned he probably got adopted by some I like the idea of some random chick finding some scrawny white guy with stark white hair, probably digging in a trash can, and she's like, you know what? You're my child now. There's no way this guy was at an orphanage. I love the idea of some, like, random woman finding some kid in the trash and it's like, you're mine now. God, I fucking love that ideal. That is funny. So, anyways. So, yeah. Dante seems to know where they buried some sort of treasure box that he couldn't have known of if it wasn't him. So, I think he may be. She starts to wonder if he isn't Anthony, and Dante has a chat with the demon from episode 1, and he got Dante. So, this dangerous demon would be taken care of by a professional, essentially. And Dante really tries to get the guy to not summon the demon. So he has a chat with the old lady, and it turns out he did go by the name. But he isn't Anthony, which I think bro's just fucking lying, I want to be honest. And she gets the info. In exchange, she tells him where the demon is, so he can keep this guy from getting himself killed. Dante gets there a second too late, and then the demon was summoned. But he does his best to protect the guy, and now Dante has to clean up the mess while keeping this guy safe. And it turns out Dante may in fact have been Anthony. As, yeah, it attacks their town to get him, but it is unknown whether Dante is or isn't Anthony. But he knew enough to lead me to think he most likely is. Meaning, Dante was adopted by some lady at another point. And Dante is still confused by what the demon from episode 1 is planning. So yeah, it is episodes 10, 11, and 12 where all the bullshit happens with making Patty actually interesting, you know? So yeah, episode 9. So now on the cruise ship for one of Dante's jobs, this is actually a really fun episode. He is playing against other gamblers. All of them seem to have a reputation in the gambling scene. Apparently one of them in there has a wife that wanted him to be saved. So bro gambled away all their money. Bro's the literal dad who gambles away your college savings. Like, it's not even a fucking joke. It's funny as shit. So that's why he is here, gambling. So there's some legend. There's some legend of a gambler from hell that takes souls. He or she is only known as King, which is why he is here. Dante is after the demon, and apparently the demon gave Dante a watch and an invitation to the casino boat. So that's how he got here. A man in a white suit changes the numbers of his cards, and after he lost, the guy fucking dies. Patty wants to take over before Dante goes broke, so Dante jumps back in before she makes any rash choices, and the next guy that loses dies. So someone there is King, and there were like 2 people left, and Dante barely wins out against the King. But he got possessed by the King, and Lady took him out, which it turned out the King was the girl that hired Dante. So now Lady has to fight the demon on her own. But Dante was alive. He wasn't dead. He had Lady shoot the watch that possessed Dante by the King. So now Lady and Dante takes the she-devil down in a cool fight scene. The show has so many fun ideas. Like, really, it has a lot of those, like, really cool ideas. And I feel like a lot of these ideals don't really have enough time to think, like, breathe. Which really sucks, because some of these concepts would have been really cool. Because I really love the ideal of a demon that uses trinkets to possess a large amount of people for its own entertainment, right? It's a really good ideal, which is why I feel like all the episodes from the audio drama were just cut episodes they never got the chance to make. So yeah, episode 10 opens up with Dante on a job when he encounters someone exactly like him that is a demon hunter that knew him as Sparda's son. Lady saved him with a rocket that hits like a Ford F-150. Probably hits harder than a Ford F-150. Damn rockets. Before the guy could take Dante out, sometime later, Dante and Patty are having a spat over Sundays while some guy accidentally fins the owner. And the owner is just like pissed, and Dante defends the man because the sundae was sweeter than it usually was. Cut to them being thrown out. We then cut to attacking demons. Trish attacking a demon. She's trying to find out what the white demon is. But anyways, he turned out to be one of Sparda's apprentices, and she had her she got her information. Dante, now knowing what he needed, prepares to meet him once more. We come back to the stranger man who got kicked out earlier. He's another apprentice of Sparda, the brother from earlier, remember? And Patty seems to enjoy his presence enough to talk to him. And people he's people watching. That is something I do as well when I'm bored, when I have nothing better to do, outside of, like, walking around. Anyways, Lord Modus is the brother. He abandoned his swordsmanship. Vol is the reason he abandoned that way, but Modus was entrusted with Sparda's full power, thus meaning canonically Dante and Modus are the only ones with Sparda's power. But that means Dante doesn't have all of Sparda's power. He has half. If this Modus guy does have all of Sparda's power, that means Dante managed to surpass his father in, like, canonically the second game in the franchise. Because Sparda couldn't kill Mundus. He managed to steal Mundus away, not kill him. Meaning, outright, by the second canonical game, he is stronger than his father ever was. And then the whole Argosax thing in the next canonical appearance after this fucking power scales the shit out of him. Anyways, Modus listens to Patty's jabbering, and she invites Mobus to the Devilmaycry as the guy from episode 1 appears, and he reveals what is about to happen. He is rushing to warn Dante of what's to come, but the White Devil Vol gets there after Mobius is there, but Dante is late, and Sparda is missing something. He's dead. Sparda is missing. Some think he's dead, and he thinks the only way... the only way to get Sparda's power is through Dante, and Mobus challenges Vol to a battle to the death because he likes Dante, and Vol denies, saying, send him my way, you're not worth the time. And like clockwork, Dante walks in sometime later, gets the lower drop, and Mobus explains that Vol just wants to be strong and fight someone strong. And Dante knows there is no way to talk him down. This is it. And he has to fight Vol. And the fight begins, and it looks really fucking awesome. I can tell where a good chunk of the budget went. We don't even know what the budget was. It's never told. Like, I looked it up and low-key couldn't find it, which really does fucking concern me. But apparently this is a common thing with Madhouse, so I don't know, it could be money laundering and no one would know. So, yeah, Vol turns into his demon form, which really makes me mad. We never get to see Dante's devil trigger, man. But yeah, Voss dies, and now Mobus has to fight Dante since Dante killed his brother, and it turns out that Sparda and his 2 apprentices were the people who did the uprising, not him alone. We even get a demon form for Mobus, but no devil trigger, and since, Dante is alive, that means Mobus is probably dead. Which, we see his dead bodies, yeah, he's dead. The guy from episode 1 is just collecting shit, for some reason. So, episode 11 begins with a lady that looks a lot like Patty. Some man bothers her, and a demon kills that man and uses him to get into the human world. Her amulet instantly kills the demon that was about to attack her. And the guy from episode 1 is just keeping an eye on her. Fucking hell, what is his name? It's Sid! Well, I could correct the script, but I think it'd be funnier if I just do it now. Yeah, the show is so good for having such a low budget. Well, I found, anyways, Patty is, complaining even more than normal. He mentions her parents, and she doesn't even know them, and he tries to fix, what he said, but didn't have the time, and in comes the lady that looks like, in comes in the lady that looks like Patty, and he tries, she entrusts Dante, entrusts it to Dante. Your name is Nina. He immediately knows something's up and agrees. And Patty sees the lady for a second, and Dante, actually feels bad for hurting Patty's feelings. And, Patty chases the lady, but loses track, thinking it's her mother. By the way, I just noticed there's, like, a scar on the lady's leg. On lady's leg, where she got impaled by her papa, remember? From DMC 3. And, Nina is worried about giving it to Dante, and, and she, he has to fight his demons because of her pendant, And Nina runs to do something for Dante, since she feels bad, and Nina is there, and Dante mentions the whole normal ladies here, right? And he mentions the whole oh, no, it was Nina. Should have at least given me a heads up. And he says, pay me, and you get it back. Patty calls Nina her mother, and Dante says, show up and you can have a chat with her. Nina's assistant is a demon, and Patty dashes for the hotel that Morrison mentioned. And Trish was doing some information looking, and Patty stole the necklace so she could talk to her mama. And her mama wants to avoid her at all costs for some reason. So she sends her demon butler to go get the pendant, and he mentions coffee, and she knows he hates it. So Nina catches on that he is a demon, and this demon was Sid. He took over her butler by scooping his insides out. And Dante needs to get her, because that part can cause so many problems. And, the others appear and learn the truth, and she is forced to help the ritual, otherwise her mommy will be murdered. And Patty gives the amulet to Sid, that way he's able to become extremely powerful. Dante comes in a little late, but he jumps in to take care of Sid once and for all. But he has the power of Abigail, one of the demons who rivaled the Demon King once. His first match of Sid v Dante ends with the legendary demon hunter being impaled by his own blade, which is like an average occurrence. I mean, really. Is there a time when I fucking hate Google Docs. Why? Now, on to the final episode. It puts what's left of the budget. They put what's left of their budget into the episode, and it fucking shows. Then we get to see the actual fight that led to Dante's current crucifixion, which goes about how you'd expect. He got the shit beaten out of him quick. And effectively, with overwhelming firepower, and Lowell is the demon that imprisoned Abigail's power, and made a lock and eyes to make sure that no one could ever get it. And Nina Lowell is the descendant, making Patty's name Patty Lowell. And she knew this would happen eventually, and she thinks that he can't kill Abigail's power. Dude, Vro killed the demon in the underworld twice. One of which was significantly stronger before this, and not to mention, his brother is like, he killed his brother like 4 fucking times. And anyways, Lady and Trish shows up to provide support while Dante tries to get his ass in gear. Patty wants to run in and save Dante, so she charges on in, and Nina runs in after, and Morrison fucking follows along. Lady and Trish go ham at the army of demons pouring out of the underworld. Patty apologizes to her mama for the whole the whole underworld thing. But Nina is sad that she did what she had to keep them. We then cut to a kick-ass action scene with Lady and Trish. This part was literally making me... This was literally made to keep people like me engaged. Back to Patty and Nina and the Morrison sideshow. They have no idea how to get to the underworld, which Dante is trapped in. Patty gets captured by a demon, and she yells for Dante's help, and the cliche of all animes happen. The MacGuffin reactivates the portal and makes the demon go away. She then jumps into the demon realm to get Dante by herself, which is at the moment, it's pretty empty, seeing how they're all in the real world at the moment. We then switch back to Lady and Trish to keep me entertained with action. They give it their best shot, but didn't do shit to the demon, and now they know there is no Dante. If there is no Dante, they will die. We then see this one more time, but we have about 1 game and 4-ish books to shift through before we get to that anyways. Patty is once again saved by the amulet as she runs to try to save Dante. She yells at him and does her best to save him, and she begs for him to wake up. And Sid takes her away. She wakes up out of the demon realm, or is she still in it? We don't really know. She gets attacked by demons for her first tanker for getting the ability to have the power. I don't know what the fuck I wrote. And she knows once he wakes up, he will kick their ass. She gets attacked and Dante does indeed kick their ass. Back from the underworld and ready to kick ass and take names. Dante is no longer holding back. He's putting all his all into it without Devil Trigger, which I was sad. Anyways, he kicks ass, but not easily. Like, bro gets impaled, hits jab and slash, and he laughs it off, and he walks to him and prepares to fight with the theme music playing. It's so fucking cliche and cheesy, especially for animes. But it's so fucking good. Anyways, he destroys this demon so far. He literally gets reduced back to Sid. Dante, spared Sid the first time because he liked him. But not this time. He put him down and made sure he would stay down. Patty's glad to see him back, and Dante tells Patty to go to stay with your ma from here on out. She did keep in contact with him, and now on to the audio drama, which, if you ask me, feels like episodes that were denied and they didn't have the cash, so the audio drama never got a English translation release because they didn't think anybody would like this. But it dropped enough lore where it probably should have been. But yeah, fans have painstakingly has transcribed it in Japanese and then painfully transcribed it into English as well as they could. So, more reading. Yippee! So at some point during the anime, because some parts take place before, during, and after, I think. So, this takes some point at the anime timeline. Patty barges into the devilmaycry office, demanding they go play. Seems about right. Dante's relaxing on his sofa, trying to get her to leave him alone. She then asks about when will he get money from a job he already says is going towards the piles of debt. She then asks, will it ever be paid off? And he respells, not in his lifetime. Morrison shows up before Patty can pester Dante any further. So the money is for Enzo, and Dante went to visit Enzo after a long time, which is nice. I wonder why he wasn't in the 5th or 4th game, nor the novels. Hopefully the anime audio drama translation thing explains this. So Dante changes from the shop, Devil May Cry, to Devil's Never Cry, and then back to Devil May Cry at some point. After that, Trish and Dante did some jobs together in the past with Enzo. He is trying to currently get Dante to do a job like always. So, back to the present, I think Enzo is offering Dante okay, so no, it's in the past. Enzo is offering Dante a job to look through some ruins, and Enzo says, you let Morrison bully you around, so do this job, it's worth the cash. Dante asks Trish for some cards. You know, what he usually did when he didn't really want to take a job. Dante proceeds to lose a game of cards, and again, against Enzo, Trish watching in pure dismay. We late transition to Morrison filling in Lady and Patty about Enzo and his relationship with Dante. You know, catching up on the whole lore I've been kind of explaining. And despite Enzo's many runs with demons, he still doesn't believe in them, which I think he doesn't believe in biblically accurate demons rather than these, semantics aside. So, the ruin thing is in the past, so Enzo stops across the street from the ruins and they cross the street. Trish patronizing Dante as they head into the cave, and it smells like demon. They enter the temple ruins, and Enzo is getting tired of Dante stopping suddenly. Enzo's idea, Enzo explains he knows a door that should take them right to where they need to be, but he has no idea which door leads to it. So Enzo just ran to what he needed for the job, and Trish were left to just let him do what he, do. And given the lore I've heard, I have a feeling what's going to happen in the audio drama / book thing. Anyways, so demons jumps our demon hunter, and they fight them off like they usually do. And they found an ancient demon gun that reminds me of Artemis from DMC 1. Anyways, Morrison concluded saying, if you want to know more, I'll tell you on the way to Enzo's shop. Back in the past, Trish is bitter when they get home, and Dante asks what's up. Trish explains that the gun looks like the one made by the best gun master in hell. And then she mentions how they made Artemis. I think it might have been onto something. So the gun is extremely powerful, and she wants to make sure no one gets it because demons can get power from it, and Dante doesn't quite give a shit. He knows Enzo is probably gonna die if he does, nothing, so he decides to, help him. Before he does something stupid, Enzo is trying to milk the guy for as much money as he can as a demon spider. Direct quote from the transcription I'm reading. Crashes in one of the guys. He then killed the other one, treated Enzo with a similar, and was going to treat Enzo with a similar fate when he teleported. Somewhere else, the spider mentioned Enzo may become the demon gun, so interesting. Anyways, Dante kills the spider demon, and Dante and Trish needs to find Enzo before the gun makes him a gun. They don't expect the gun, it whispers little nothings into his ear and uses it. So apparently, it's explained in this that Gilver, it was a demon clone of Virgil, so that explains the clone thing. everything is a clone. That kind of explains why it wasn't actually Virgil. Man, fixing the timeline in an audio drama that's not even in English. Ay ay ay. Enzo yells it's stuck to my hand and I can't get it off. Trish knows exactly what's going on. What's going on, and it turns him into a big gun. So Dante cuts it off his arm so he wouldn't fully become a gun. Dante rushed him to the hospital, and Trish began to collect devil arms so no one would deal with it. And Dante changes the name back from devilmaycry to devilmaycry to prevent, and then back to the present. Morrison is driving Lady and Patty. Morrison released he may have said a bit too much and told them not to mention this to Dante. Morrison got there before Dante, and Enzo opened a pawn shop, so it's full of Dante's devil arms. And Dante gives them in exchange for money, and Dante, as long as he pays some of it, not all of it, they can't be sold. Man, Enzo is kinder than some people I know. So yeah. Patty finds Agni and Ludra, and they jump off the wall, calling Morrison a liar after he said, "Don't touch them, they will harm you." But he didn't pawn them. No, he fucking sold them because they were annoying him. Yeah, it seems about right. For someone who... Some random guy walks in and pawns him a puzzle box that was one of the guns that the demon made that tries to possess Enzo. But then Lady did the puzzle and it turns into a gun and Lady gets possessed, and that marks the second possession of the book. More or less the last one. Dante walks into the building looking for Enzo, and Lady's blowing shit up everywhere. And Enzo says, "Hey, you can use any of your weapons, just make her stop!" And he says, "Well, I only use weapons I own." And then Lady launched a shot near Enzo, and he agrees to drop the debt if he makes her stop. Dante does what he does best, disarming women. Men and the others. Man, that sounded way better in my head. Dante picks Cerberus, and that's how he got it for the events of Before the Nightmare. Agni and Ludra was begging to be used. And he was in a store full of his weapons. He used Alistair to block the attack, or more so Alistair did it on its own, as it has a will of its own, and his weapon, and it actually fucking likes him. Strange. Alistair manages to break the devil gun without killing Lady, thus proving he is the best devil arm in the franchise, and I will die on this fucking hill. She was now recovering from being possessed, so it turns out Lady and Trish set up their own little game so they could get all of Dante's devil arms back. And he did this so he could get whoever was stealing all the devil arms to follow him, and the guy popped up and Alistair sliced him in half. Patty mentions how Trish looks like the lady in the photo at, on his deck. Morrison makes fun of him a little. After, anyway, so Enzo goes to the, very annoyed, is quite annoyed of Agni and Ludra and wanted them gone for a price, but they like him enough to compliment him, so he was less angry. If that makes sense. So, that's Volume 1. Now, Volume 2 has 2 stories. So, Morrison walks in to Dante about keeping an eye on Patty, babysitting, essentially. When a distressed woman walks in, losing her shit, Dante and Morrison try to figure out what's going on. So she gets a invitation from Patty at the orphanage where all the kids are asleep and won't wake up. Dante remembers the last time he seen Patty, she was doing chores, finishing up, and was going to the orphanage to tell them something. When she got there, she slept on a new bed at the orphanage and passed out just like the other kids. So yeah, that explains that. So she got the bed from Peter Pan. Marston explains the story to her since she didn't know. What? I guess the address is too far away. So we're in Neverland, and Patty wants to go home while the other kids are happy. Peter's like, come on, be happy. No one will miss you. To which, damn! Dante and Morrison get to the orphanage, and, you know, Patty is in her sleep, yells for Dante, so he passes out on the bed, so he enters the demon realm. You know, the demon made bed dreamland thing. When he woke up, he was in a Captain Hook uniform. Peter Pan and Captain Hook, remember? Anyways, so he needed, one, and thinks Dante being Captain Hook would be the perfect thing. So Dante is a little pissed about being dressed up as some bozo. So Peter calls the kids over. So Peter tries to turn the kids on him, and it doesn't really work. Which is funny as shit. He then tried the animals, and that also didn't work. Demon animal disguised as normal ones as he then tries an alligator, and that also backfired because Dante just managed to undo his bullshit by simply existing. He found Patty, and now they were reunited with the kids as they start to turn on Peter, and he just starts losing it. Dante took off the costume, and Peter complimented how good he looks, which is just funny as shit. Man, when all the kids were just so in awe, they snapped out of it. What the fuck, man? This feels like so weird that I'm starting to think these were like just rejected episodes, honestly. The manners as the castle from Millet Islands mentioned. Woo! So Dante reveals to the kids he's a demon, so he starts to like show his true form so he can kill them or whatever. But Dante manages to get everybody home before he was able to take full form. Dante saves everyone, and the woman approaches, you know, the real Pan. I got like a few more pages to go through. And the real guy behind it, because, say it with me, demon bad always. So Dante saved the kids, and now there's one thing. And then finally, anyway, so, wow. Hold on. So I don't know why Bro doesn't do anything, because he could, like, Quicksilver. But anyways. So in episode 2, that was probably rejected, that's in volume 2 of the audio drama. So he killed the owner of a bar, and I assume this is either referencing Bobby Seller from episode 1 of the anime. It's neither. So the detective accuses him, and Dante says, I didn't do it. So the detective recounts how they got a call from someone named Steve, and he was scared because his master got slaughtered. So they send police as the detective drones on. Dante realizes how little evidence they actually have he was there, and then have kind of nothing to really go on. the detective hears the witness and he is here and heads over to talk to them while Dante gets bored and hungry. So it is the guy from the beginning who knows the demons. Anyways, they wrap up and some officer gave Dante pizza as they listen to the tape. Morrison was there and, talked about Dante in the interview, and all them, So, yeah, Steven, he was scared because his master got Wait. I already said that, hold on. He then, Mad Lady also do an interview. Outside of those two, you have the big demon that would not be happy that Dante is in jail. So good thing Trish is unaware. Anyways, Lady's full name is Mary Ann Arkham. What a name. What a name! She immediately says, "Don't call me that." He then interviews Patty, probably the only person that can stand Dante more than a week at a time. And he is setting the record, and she's setting the record straight. Off the back saying you would never kill an innocent person, and the detective was gloating about always being right. After he talked to Patty, the police officer from earlier saw the guy that was murdered is here and in good health. So I was wrong about him being the demons from earlier anyways. So he left the bar for the first time in forever, and Steve was lying to the cops because the blood was just strawberry jam because he was getting the ingredients for a sundae. The drunken Steve saw the guy and thought he was dead because he fell in the stuff. Police, a mistake. The guy saw the news segment and had to clear it up to get Dante out. Once Dante was free, he walked right out. But so Dante doesn't tell Chief of Steve and the detectives fuck up, they have to pay for his Sundays for a month. And that is the end of this. There are no more. If there was, well, I didn't find them. And I did kind of scrub everything. I did a deep dive into this. A more thorough look into the Devil May Cry franchise than most other Devil May Cry people have. But yeah, I ain't gonna do a whole lot. Yeah, I don't care if the gameplay is good. I'm not a fan of Devil May Cry 4, and its gameplay is good. I just don't like it. Okay? I like it more than DMC2 because I fucking hate DMC2. But I'm not a big fan of DMC4. It's not really good. I don't know why I brought that up since I need to talk about DMC2 first. I think it's the way I set up the novel summary. So anyways, DMC2. So Dante's campaign is really boring and we get to know nothing. But anyways, we just gotta do things to get to the next mission, trying to find the Arcanas, but not really. Lucia is doing everything, and we're just doing things that help, I think. I'm not entirely sure. So I'm just gonna talk about Lucia's campaign, because we get, what the fuck's going on. So Dante was called to help her, because they need to find the Arcanas, so that a man Arceus can't use them to obtain the power of Argosax. As we chase him, we learn that he created us and we are nothing more than a scarecrow. So we are now broken and still find the parts to give them we give them to the old lady. Dante just gives them to Arceus to save Lucia, but he jumps out as Arceus blows up the skyscraper, and what the hell? After that, we go into hell, and then back to the top to fight him.
Now, I'll absorb his power. I will become an all-powerful immortal. What? What's going on?
Is there a problem?
You! Is that the medallia? You switched them?
A false coin for a false god. Showtime.
So yeah, after that, Argo, we go into hell to kill Argo Sax. At least we get a cool ending.
My dream! My life! I was going to be the king of this world!
King? Yeah. Here's your crown. Yeah. Let's go all the way to hell.
And with that, we are now a multi-dimensional threat. Yippee. So, yeah. Lost Death Battle was wrong. Dante can kill that guy from Final Fantasy, I think. Anyways, Lucia fights a demon-possessed Arceus. After that, she waited for Dante every single day until he returned. Man, she is a weird one. Now on to DMC4, but I need to mention something. At some point, Virgil went to the island of Fortuna and got some chick preggers. She gave birth to the child and just put him for adoption. At an, just dropped him off at an orphanage. So this is me kind of explaining the backstory before I get into the story. So, like, I like DMC4, don't get me wrong. I'm just not a big fan of the gameplay, and it may or may not have been the fact that while I was recording Devil May Cry, I had to replay Dante and the final section like 4 fucking times because the first time my power went out on a sunny day too, so I was confused as shit. Then the recording, my computer fucked up twice. And then I had to play through it again to finally beat it. So I dealt with this like 4 fucking times, so I was like sick and tired of this shit. So there may be a reason I'm not a big fan of the game outside of it giving my hands horrible cramps. So yeah. They put him on, she drops him off, his name is Nero. He is mostly in the orphanage, but gets taken by a nice family who has 2 other children, Credo and Kyrie. The island of Fortuna is an island that believes in Sparda being a god, which Nero stopped believing in after his new parents got killed by demons. He joined the Order of the Sword, the military arm of this religious organization on this island in the middle of fuck nowhere, alongside with Credo, while Kyrie joined the religious front of it. Anyways, so I'm going to rip apart my reading of that book to get the backstory stuff. So the Deadly Fortune novel, we actually get a post-DMC4 Dante scene and a pre-DMC4 game. God, placing this on the timeline is going to be fucking impossible. But I guess I'll lump it in with DMC4. So Trish explains to Dante most of the prominent members are humans being jacked up off demon juice, making them demons or giving them demon forms, similar to Devil Trigger in essence. They set up a time to strike and kill him, and then they prepare to switch. We then switch to our titular protagonist waking up. He's woken up by Kyrie, or rather, she was there after he examined his arm, which is part demon, as he hid as she knocked, so she couldn't find out that arm. They chat while he brushes his hair and gets ready. She admits she is a little nervous and asks if he'll be there, and he says of course. He normally would skip it as he doesn't believe in the Sparta thing, but since she's singing, he has to be there, this time at least. We then get a flashback and finally figure out what happened to his arm, because it's never explained in the fucking game, only in the book. This island was actually ruled by Sparta at some point, so demonic activity is an everyday life at this point, until the Order of the Sword came in and stopped them. They wore big armor, but Nero was never like that, so he would mostly be sent into solo stunts. So he was at a, so he was pretty far from the attack, Nero was, sent to take care of demons who needed to be disposed of quietly, who hide as humans. Possessed, essentially. If they can't be cured, Nero takes them out. He doesn't do it in cold blood, though. There is just no other choice. He was at the studio working on his gun, Blue Rose, a double-barreled revolver. Dear God, why on God's green earth would you make such a thing? Making your reloads double as often, but the thing you shot is 100% dead, so pick your poison. Anyways, so the Order of the Sword are not a fan of guns, which I mean, it's kind of in the name. So he does this one bullet. One bullet cracks the hide, the second penetrates, which can be good. But with the autoloader, it actually makes it manageable for loading. So loading it by hand is awful. So Sista, the person who is running the orphanage Nero lives in, she barges in saying Kyrie is in the forest with the orphans and it's overran with demons. So Nero takes his gun and his sword, Red Queen, and is on his way. Turns out most swords in the Orders had a motorcycle type engine in the hilt, which makes it hit harder. He gets there in time and also helps three other knights here with two broken arms. And all things considered, they may be 30 of them, but there are only 4 knights there. So they think they're evenly matched, especially with this kid. So they get a good distance away from them, and he uses the Red Queen to exceed so it would burn anyone. He then went through ripping and tearing them to ribbons, and that's where, as far as they were aware, gone. He talked to the Order people, explaining why was there kids here. It wasn't supposed to be here. He's just said us taking a walk. Most of the kids were gone back at home as a demon portal opens right near them, or rather near Kyrie. And out of those lizard things came. I don't remember the fucking name. I don't care to look it up. But it roars and Nero rushes towards Kyrie to save her, using Red Queen's Exceed to get in the way. Messing up his arm, but he kept fighting. He just barely managed to kill the thing with help of the other knights. We then jump back to the president. It turns out their way of taking care of any bad, or due to the knight dying, was erased from existence. Papers who at least, had him, but like, damn, that's kind of dark. He was also an orphan, so they knew nobody would look into that man. Poor guy. Nero says something, or rather, thinks something that sounds familiar. If only I could get stronger, then nothing like that would have happened. Sounds familiar? Right. He walks to Credo's office and had a job to do to take out another demon in the forest. Nero's wondering why always there and never anywhere else. So they have a minor argument due to Red Queen being out of commission and he can't use Blue Rose to do too much noise. So Nero picks up a very special box and heads forward as he uses the Devil Bringer as a spectral arm that comes out of his arm. And his devil arm allows him to fuck up demons. But it also alerts him to the presence of devils. So he's doing this quickly so he can get there in time to see Kyrie sing. And the injury did cause it, but not all of it happened slowly. Like over months it grew stronger. We're then near of a underground area, a very new research, demons to learn how to more effectively kill them. The head researcher was Ugnus. He was looking at the shattered remains of the Yamato, and he couldn't figure out why it wasn't working, but he holds up the Yamato, and it's broken. How it literally, how it can literally cut through reality unless, hear me out, theory time. See, I think after Virgil became Nello Angelo, the sword broke with him, as it is an extension of his will. He was broken, so the sword was broken. You get what I'm putting down? Anyways. That was just a theory. A game theory. Anyways, it turns out Agnes was researching devil arms and recognized the Yamato, or the Yamato, as a glance. And collected it. He tried every way to repair it, but it just wouldn't. And it's because nothing worked unless this blade was tied to a dead demon, but it still had immense demonic power, so he was missing something and couldn't figure it out. Again, my theory. As he is freaking out, Gloria comes in and he fucking hates women in general, which, yeah, it checks out! But he has a particular hatred for her. Wearing damn near nothing, which, fair enough. My first playthrough of Devil May Cry, she made me feel pretty uncomfortable. And I'm probably going to have to censor her scene or just not show it during DMC 4. Because she would normally never be there, but she had the Devil Sword Sparda. So she was a part of the High Order because of that. She also brought a shit ton of devil arms to power, the Hell Gates. So, there's that at least. across the island, and bingo! That's why demons fell out of the forest. We are now on to the events of DMC4, so I'll add in parts of particular importance to the story of DMC4, but we do get a small backstory. So, Credo and Kyrie really believe in Sparda, while Nero thinks it's mostly bullshit, which, fair enough. He did get his ass handed to him, so yeah. Anyway, so Kyrie's family took a particular interest in Nero as an orphan because he has the silver hair, similar to Sparda, and is believed to be related given his lack of any sort of family at all, which, yeah, fair. They have actual fucking evidence to believe this. But we get the last piece of the puzzle, how he is related to legendary Sparda. Anyways, her parents died in a demon attack, and that has lit a fire in Nero, where he must protect Kyrie by any means. Power makes all as long as he can protect her. He's at least less selfish than Virgil, in a way. Anyways, now there's more backstory I did spit out, so there'll be extra stuff throughout the DMC4. So anyways, let's hop into the game. I'm not the biggest fan of... So anyways, we get running back from our latest mission, killing demons, while a man in red watches us from afar. We get to the church a bit late, but Kyrie seems glad to at least see us there. But as time goes on, we get more annoyed. Right before we leave, we get to witness a fucking assassination of a religious icon. Man.
Nero, what's wrong?
I'm out of here.
But it's not over yet.
All this preaching's putting me to sleep. Huh?
and get out of here! I will return with help! You stall him until then!
I won't hold my breath.
got a jacked up notion of fair play, pal. And it's beginning to piss me off.
Holy shit! That's just like Dart, bro! Killed them gold as shit. So, yeah, Nero gets his girl out of there unless the coolest fucking battle starts. We then get dropped into the tutorial for gun. After that, we get another cool cutscene, yeah!
I guess this doesn't quite cut it. What's the point of packing a sword like that if you aren't even gonna use it?
So yeah, we have the cool demonic arm known as the Devilbreaker. Because it breaks devils, or no, this is the Devil Bringer. So, let's get this small part over, shall we?
You got a trick up your sleeve.
I thought the cat had your tongue. But if it's a trick you're looking for...
Looks like you too are.
You did right. I want to wrap this show up before the cavalry arrives.
So, you're looking to play, huh? Alright, I guess I got some time to kill.
Tough guy, huh? Well... I think I'll have to take you down a couple notches.
Whatever you say, kid. Getting better. I would even go as far as to say that I underestimated your abilities.
You aren't human, are you?
We're the same. You and... and them. Though I suspect you carry something different from the others.
What are you talking about?
You will come to learn the meaning soon enough. But business beckons.
Hey!
Adios, kid.
You brought this here for me?
Credo requested. She yearns for your touch.
Thanks. This blade's the best battle companion a swordsman could wish for. Fortuna Castle, huh?
That's what the witnesses said.
Guy just came from hell. He's gotta hit up a couple tourist sites.
Jest so lightly in a time of crisis? You must capture him.
Trust me, I'll get it done.
Please be careful. You still haven't recovered.
There's no time, and duty calls. Can't pass on an emergency.
I must return to headquarters and report.
Someone help me! Is this him?
I'm not sure.
Credo, take care of Kitty. I got this.
We must evacuate the residents back to headquarters. Report back as soon as you can, and be careful.
I got it already.
Kitty, run! Go with the others!
Go! Get out of here! Not so fast. This baby sure can pack a punch.
Okay, with that out of the way, so the guards finally get here, you know, from the Order of Demons. The Order are demons, huh? Well, Nero, you know, the whole thing is taking people like that out. Anyways. Hold on. Had to fix my water bottle. Anyway, so anyway, so a piece from the book I wanted to highlight is during Dante's slaughter, Nero was just shook to his very core belief. During the fight, anytime Nero managed to hit Dante, it felt like he was hitting an old enemy. Anyways, so Nero had some style when kicking that demon ass in the court. Yeah. So, hunting Dante, and, you know, we have to go the slow way, doing shit like side quests because we aren't Dante. You know, the guy that killed Lucifer? Yeah, that Lucifer! And no, not the one from the show on Amazon, you know what I'm talking about. But no, he killed Lucifer just off camera. And it's just like, oh yeah, he meshes it over. Yeah, Dante is kind of fucking broken and only gets stronger. Anyways, we get into town and have a good old chat with the fire demon, you know? The demon of fire and hot and burning.
Let me guess. More demons. Fire's bad for the complexion. I burn easily, never tan.
When I came to this world 2,000 years ago, there was no such human as the likes of you.
Wanna make it another 2,000?
Futile first, you will suffer the wrath of burial. I, the conqueror of the fire
Don't ask. Damn thing drives me crazy, though.
You are just like he was.
And he would be?
I must restore my powers.
So Hellgate's interesting. So after we escape the mines, we get a cutscene I can't show you on that I can show you on YouTube. I cannot show you on YouTube. Can't fucking read. Without potentially getting, you know, nuked. And on top of that, the fucking cutscene makes me feel uncomfortable as is, so I'm just going to skip over it. So we get some lore. After Nero killed the fire demon, it turns out that Trish was feeding Dante info the entire time of the game. But he came here because he wanted to get the why can't I read? The Yamato. He couldn't lose his brother again, or in essence. So Nero is in the castle right after Dante left, because he couldn't find it, and figured there was probably something better to do. Or he saw the kid walk in and just let him do his shit. It could be either one. It's Dante. So a lot of the castle is just fetch quest stuff. You know, getting one thing to activate the thing. At the end of the mission, we have to find a suits of armor that are called Bianco Angelos. If I am saying that wrong, it's either Bianco or Bianco. And either way, I don't like saying it. Or it could be Bianco, because A's can sound like E's if I remember correctly. Yeah, it could be an E sound. God, I love how the English language is probably one of the most confusing fucking things. Like, dude, brief backstory, I was learning Russian for a little bit because I was bored. No real reason, I was literally just bored. And just like, I caught on to some things pretty quickly and was able to say full sentences. It's been like 3 years. No, like 3 years. It's been 3 years since I learned any, or since I actually spoke it, even mildly fluently. So, I've lost everything. The most I know is like, привет, if I remember correct, the postolote means whatever, or something along those lines. It's been years. Something along those lines. It's been way too long. Ugh. But anyways, after we do enough of this, we finally get to the courtyard, and man, Nero, didn't he bully the ugly bastard that much? I mean, damn. Poor Toad.
This blizzard must be these demons. So this is what you really look like. Cut me some slack. I'm just not big on toads. I'll finish this quickly. It's gonna scar me for life. That's exactly what I think. My brothers will Come on, it's just nasty. Wait, did he say brothers? Oh, that's fair. Now I've got to fight a whole herd of these things. Sorry, pal. We're closed.
Okay, that's a bit mean, buddy. So we get back to the main area of the castle and decide to fling a fucking... whatever the fancy things are called. What? Chandeliers. Decides to fling it into a painting of His Holiness, accidentally finding a secret lab. So, I read the book, right? He literally just did it because he fucking felt like it. He literally did it because he thought it was funny. I think Nero is closer to Dante than he will ever fucking be Virgil. Because he just did this because he thought it was funny. It'd be kind of funny if I did this. Bro just fucking did this for the love of the game. So he finds a secret lab hidden to normies, and Nero's curious to see if the Red Man is in there. So on his way, we cut to a resurrection of Sanctus, and Agnes is worried if the brat finds his research. He says, don't worry, but Nero does find it, and we, sometime than the fucking dice game! I despise this thing with a fucking passion! After that, we meet with Agnes and Nero. I will admit, valid point, but you did kind of make fun of the way the guy spoke. So, equivalent exchange, you get your shit rocked. Equivalent exchange.
So, you've come. Just as I'd expected.
Huh. Who the hell are you?
I am Agnus. Working in secrecy. Very few are privy to my existence.
Funny. To figure an order official out for a stroll in a hellhole kind of place like this.
Hellhole? Watch your words!
Just as foul-mouthed as I had heard, the rumors proved true. As were the new ones concerning your demise.
Don't you think that's a little harsh? Killing me because of the way I talk? Great. More demons.
This is all Kratos' doing. It was Kratos who ordered you to follow Dante. It was Kratos who brought you here.
Dante? You mean the man that killed His Holiness? What the hell's going on here?
I don't have to answer to you, for you are already as good as dead.
I beg to differ.
That's the much power. How can it be?
Look who's talking, jackass. Now answer my question. What the hell's going on here?
How profound. It's magnificent.
Okay, did you even hear me?
If you want answers, then I shall give them to you. It has only been a few years since I began this research. Could we isolate and bind demonic power? It could enable us to conquer the world. And that is the wish of His Holiness.
What a crock. And you may as well ditch the efforts, pal, because His Holiness is dead.
Ah, but His Holiness has been reborn as an angel.
An angel.
And soon, so shall I. See, what just a small fraction of my research has yielded? Look! How beautiful this white armor stands. You have no idea the hardship to make just one armor come to life. I had to capture and control countless demons to harness their souls. Summoning them alone was almost an insurmountable task.
Summoning? So it was you who made the gate?
Yes, the Hell Gate. I created it merely as a reference and substitution for the real gate, but after utilizing an extremely powerful devil's arm. It proved sufficient.
What the hell are you talking about?
You should rest. Soon, you shall be my next subject of experimentation, so that I can learn a little something from you and that arm.
Never.
Take him out.
Kitty, run! Kitty! Kitty!
How? Not even I could succeed in restoring it!
From that day forth, my arm changed. What is that called? Power. Give me more. Power.
What?
And if I become a demon, so be it. I'll endure the exile. Anything to protect him.
This is preposterous! Preposterous!
I should get back to headquarters. If what Agnew said is true, Kratos must have known something.
Holy shit! This is so fucking cool! Anyways, the book, we get a pretty clear hint as he almost died. He could only think of if he had more power, he could have protected. And in that moment, Dante felt a very similar presence to his brother. In that moment, Nero fell right into a state between life and death. And a man spoke to him, asking if he heard it. Your soul crying out. The man said, more power. And Nero said, well, that works for me. Man, this book really spelled out everything all before the 5th game. So I guess it was never a surprise. Well, if you read it, so Oh wait, the entire American audience couldn't read it was because it's in fucking Japanese. So unless if you had a buddy who could read Japanese, or you found the... I have no idea when the website was made, so... Anyways, on that. So after that, we have to lower the gate to get to the forest, so His Holiness... So anyways, His Holiness is holding a meeting when Agnes runs in, explaining how the boy has extreme demonic power, despite not going over the ritual, and the Holiness sends Credo to take care of it, while he sends Agnes to collect Kyrie as a insurance. Credo didn't believe that Nero had demonic power, due to how he was still, well, normal. So Dante is talking to Trish after the forest battle, and, you know, they're talking about the Yamato being repaired. And when Nero is brought up, she had something interesting to say. He had something interesting to say. I quote, by the way. If you really thought about it, the feeling's been there since the very first moment Dante met and clashed with him. It was a feeling that only another demon of his bloodline would provoke, but at the time it had been too faint, and he had no real way to confirm it. So, he is related in some way to Sparda, at least. I think that was obvious in the way, well, depending on the book. Anyways, depending on the book, you might have to wait a minute. And here's the driving point home that just spells it out. That kid! I think we may be related, Dante said with some uncertainty, and Trish responds after a beat. Related? You think he's another son of Sparda? So yeah, Trish says, don't tell me he's your illegitimate child, and he says, come on, that's not funny. As we switch back to Nero, which, wow. Kinda lazy. That just told us everything. It can't be Dante's. It has to be Virgil. So if you read the fucking books, so if you were Japanese, you knew the reveal before it fucking happened. You know what, Capcom? I call unfair. They got to know things before we did. Hold on, did it ever? On. I might be wrong, wait. Okay, I damn near shit myself for a second because it said, yes, both volumes of Devil May Cry 4 Deadly Fortune has been translated into English, but only via fan translation, not official release. Which had me shitting bricks because I just thought I, yelled at a billion-dollar company that has no idea I exist. For no reason, but I'm happy. I was right. But I call unfair, they got to know it first. Unfair. You need to release an exclusive piece of English-only media, that way they have to deal with what we did. Fair is fair, Capcom. What is the point of me yapping? I don't fucking know. Oh, man. That kind of lays everything down at once anyway. So Nero was adopted into Kyrie's family and that all that jazz I've probably already explained. So the first level is just really disorienting as we need to get our way forward. We abruptly manage... Oh yeah, the fucking forest level. Dude, this thing fucking messed with me. Unless if it's not disorienting. I don't know. Keep in mind, I played the second fucking... I played Dante's campaign 8 fucking times. There's actually 4, but like, I just remember the forest being the most disorienting piece of shit I've ever played. So, if Nero's forest section is normal, I don't give a shit. I remember it being annoying. So in my mind, it's annoying, according to my heart of hearts. Anyways, we abruptly managed to escape, and for the first time, we finally get to fight her.
Sorry, but having you around is more than enough.
Your insignificant insults have no effect on me, though I will tear your body to shreds!
Don't even think about it.
Shameful to be beaten by a human!
Hey, don't step up if you're not gonna put up a decent fight. Didn't your mom ever tell you not to litter?
Damn, and that's one more down. So we now begin to be able to actually traverse the area without being teleported around. So we make it to the old training grounds and are forced to fight Credo. Essentially, our brother.
That's a look you shoot your enemy. Okay, well then let me ask you this. What exactly is the Order after? And who the hell is Dante?
You do not demand answers from me! You possess the power of a demon.
Back down. I don't want to hurt you. I won't do that to Kitty.
Hurt me? You don't get it, do you?
You too.
I have been chosen to take the next step in evolution. To become something far more than just human. I am an angel.
Wrong, Credo. All that you become is a demon.
As captain of the Holy Knights, you will now under arrest. It's the wish of His Holiness. I'm not finished! Your strength is increased.
Kitty. No, wait. This isn't what you think.
Why? Why did you do this?
It was our intentions to protect you from the truth. Nero is a demon.
You son of a...
Nero!
Not to worry, I have no intentions of harming her. Yet. Though, it would appear your attachment extends beyond friendship.
She has nothing to do with this. Let her go!
Agnus! How dare you use my sister? This is my fight, and I will finish it. Let her go.
His Holiness predicted your defeat, and so ordered that your sister be utilized.
What?
If you want her, then come and get her. For I cannot guarantee her fate.
His Holiness. Use Kyrie.
Where's he taking her? Back to headquarters?
I'd assume so. Nero, we must set aside this battle until I find out the truth of this.
Damn! Nero cried. Hold on, wait. Wait a minute. Of course, that little fuck left before shit got real. Anyways, we then have to fight our way through the fucking castle. Okay. I want to revamp this bit of script, you know, a little off the dome, as my English teacher said, to mock some random kid. So, yeah. Greedo is completely shocked that Sanctus would let Greedo do something like this ever. He is so shocked, he goes to Sanctus, or at least goes to try to figure out what the fuck is going on and save Kyrie, and spares Nero for this. We then have to fight our way through the castle, getting a random talisman that slows down time, which I bet Dante didn't need. I bet he just quicksilvered his way through there because he felt like it. But anyways, so yeah, he goes through the castle and gets occupied, you know, that occupies him for a while as we fight to that little worm Agnes. And if you're asking why I'm saying Agnes, I know it's Agnes. I just like saying his name funny because I think it's funny. Because I'm a funny man!
So, you've come.
What have you done to Kyrie?
Why don't you check and find out? But don't expect me to be as easy on you as I was last time.
If I have to kill you to save Kyrie, that's wrong.
Damn you! Damn you! I will kill you! I will kill you!
Is that all you got? I think it's time to put you out of your misery.
That's enough, Argus. Go and prepare for attack. Right away.
Let her go!
You have indeed inherited Sparda's power.
Damn, Nero cried so hard he knocked down a bridge to continue our journey. So we find our way through more overly complicated Capcom bullshit where the architecture is just realistic enough to exist, but if it did exist in our realms of reality, it would completely fold into itself in such a way that would make you question how the fuck this would work in even a video game. We are now in the presence of the Savior. Find our way to the top and then, well, like I've done a lot because I really can, play the whole cutscene because we've done it enough as is. This is practically just an entire cutscene compilation with my dumbass yapping over it.
Is it not beautiful?
I think we've got a difference of opinion on that one.
How unfortunate.
Kyrie!
Is it not your wish to become one with her? Within the Savior, your mortal bodies will combine, melting into one to manifest and create his core. A thing of utter and pure beauty.
Go blow yourself. I'm here to save you. Please trust me.
I'm afraid you are too late. But, although still incomplete, this is your chance to catch a glimpse of the true power of our Savior. salute a man who carries the blood of Sparda. While not in Dante's league, you still presented a harder fight than I'd anticipated.
Dante?
I had originally intended to absorb him into our savior. But circumstance presenting, I'd rather choose the option at hand. When your blood and this sword are combined, we will be able to proceed to the final stage of our ultimate goal. No! Run! Gredo! You have betrayed us. Why?
I served the dream of a world you spoke of. The savior you preached of. But you used my sister, Katie, who has nothing to do with this. And that is beyond forgiveness.
Love for a sibling. How foolish. All that is needed is absolute power. Oh, it's you, Gloria. Unfortunately, you did not anticipate a descendant of Sparda's blood. And because of this boy, you have been outwitted, and the savior will be completed.
I don't know. I'd wager this kid still got some life in him.
You fool! Escape is now impossible. The creation cannot be stopped.
Hey, kid! You giving up so soon?
My options are limited.
So melodramatic. Besides, if you die without giving my sword back, I'm gonna be pissed.
Then come and get it.
What a punk.
I failed to save you.
I swear I'm gonna get us out of here! Together, Gideon! Gideon!
Check it out. It's got wings.
The design shows terrible taste.
Hey, where's that thing going? It's not complete yet, is it?
It is in his heart to save the world from chaos. He will begin by driving it out.
Now he has what he needs. Yamato.
Sparda used it to seal the Hellgate from the demon world. The sword is the key to opening the Hellgate. The real Hellgate that lies dormant beneath this city.
The sword that separates the human world from the demon world.
I think you, the son of the Dark Knight Sparda, are the only one who can stop the Savior now. Dante.
Looks like you've got a rep to live up to.
Looks that way.
Please, honor one last request. Save them. Kyrie and Nero.
I'll do it. I wouldn't want to deny anyone their dying request.
I'll sweep the city and evacuate the people.
Hey, is this your way of ditching and dumping this
You
mess
want to
up?
switch?
It's cool. Let's stick to the plan.
Lend me your ears and fangs. Destroy this world so that the true utopia can be Judgment Day has
to deliver us salvation. We must repent and rejoice, for the world not yet come to an end!
That's a solid performance for an old fart like you.
Okay, so I'm listening to music while recording this, so I lock the fuck in because I sometimes can't. The song is Ignite. It's from the Ruby soundtrack. Shut the fuck up. I need to hear myself think for a second to use words that aren't written down. So, one of the literal lines in this fucking song is, "Welcome to my punching spree." The song is really fucking shit, but there's this one part by, like, Lamar Hall that is the only reason I actually listen to the fucking song. I don't know why I felt like saying it. It's just anytime it comes on, an unreasonable hatred boils up. I'll get on to the point of talking about the script. I just really needed it. I really felt it in my heart of hearts to say it. Okay, I got past the only part of that song I like. Anyways, so yeah, kind of fucked. We are now at Battery. But I do want to mention, during this fight with Sanctus, a few things from the book kind of spell shit out for us. Virgil actually met the Vicar, or Vicar, early into his career. Strange. What was he doing there? Well, we learn about Sparda's past, of course. I wonder if this was a single throwaway line, and was like, that this wasn't just some or I wonder if this single throwaway line will completely foreshadow the events of, like, DMC5 or something. But yeah, they just tell ya Virgil is fucked. I thought this reveal was in DMC5, but when I finally, like, said that, well, it just kind of spelled it out for you in the book. That was, you know, explaining in DMC5, but he kind of just revealed it, and well, kind of took the fun out of pussyfooting around the joke, you know. Well, we knew this pre-DMC5, like, we knew it couldn't be Dante. Well, I guess Virgil is, you know, lacking a Vicar, so we call him Urgil. Never mind, that was a shit joke. Virgil met the Vicar early into his career. Strange. What was he doing there? Oh my fucking god, I am going to I typed the same thing fucking twice. I am a actual dumbass. Now we're on to Dante, because I can't read at all.
You order the sword, huh?
Yes. Are you familiar with them?
Sorry, religion and I don't mix.
It's a small congregation that gathers in the castle town of Fortuna. I guess the only people who would have heard of it are the ones who take interest in this type of thing.
Like you.
Exactly. So just how much do you know about Sparda?
Well, from what I can figure, there's a lot of confusion surrounding them.
The story goes that Sparda served as the feudal lord of the city long ago. The people who live there today take these legends as truth and worship them, just like a god.
They worship a demon as a god?
Peaceful worship can't be condemned, but the real problem is the Order. Lately, they've been running amok, catching demons, and have even butted in on some of my jobs.
Maybe they're starting a zoo.
Not just demons. They've also been targeting devil arms, like the ones you have.
Okay, then, a museum. So what?
Well, what if their intentions are foul? And there's a diabolical plan behind these apparently random acts?
Well then, I'd have something to keep me occupied, and Trish! Things always gotta be complicated.
Wow, we are here for a pretty normal reason, but guess what? We get book stuff to talk about. We open up with Lady. I forgot she was in this game, honestly. She was looking for a demon and couldn't find one, but she heard something coming towards her and she fired her rocket, and when it didn't react to her, it wasn't human. It was one of those Angelos. The second time she attacked it, it finally attacked her, and they fight it out. After a good long fight, she manages to kill one. As they arrive, they killed the original demon. She was here, so her realizing there's no way she is killing more than one of them, makes a smart decision and dip. To which Nero, still stuck in the heart and in there, he was losing who he was. But he had to fight out of the savior. Reminded Dante of... find out the savior reminded Dante of Mundus. Then back to Lady, but it turns out, to a normal guy, demons don't exist, which makes no sense. To the normal guy, like, demons don't exist, which makes no sense. We are 4 games deep, and no one figured this out after the 5th. They are definitely, like, no. But the man is crazy anyways. So this guy, John, had some idea about demons, but had few ideas on how they actually worked. But he didn't know about the symbol on the shield she drew down. And he shows, and it belongs to the Order of the Sword. Turns out Arkham read this book once or twice because he was obsessed with Sparda. So this line in the 4th book, I want to read real quick. When he used ebony and ivory, Dante still thought of a certain woman, Neil Goldstein, expert gunsmith. So sorry things feel a bit jumbled. I'm working with my own fucking notes here. So yeah, that shit is scuffed on its own, but now we have contacts removed. So now we're the legendary Devil Hunter Dante, as we have to get the Amato so we can steal the demon dates, but we also need to correct the rest of our devil arms that Trish decided to give out in the first place. After that, we have to get the fuck out before, the castle blows up. So we run and luckily escape, but back to the plan. Land of Confusion, we fight our way, and then the she-devil. Dante just aura farms on this poor woman, dude.
Glad I got your attention. I was beginning to feel a little ignored.
You may jest, but the kindest fate I offer is to unify and spend eternity with a child of mine!
As appealing as that sounds, I think I'll pass. Though a fight every now and then does make life a little more interesting, don't you think?
My forest! My children!
I think that look suits you better. One down. Two to go.
Damn, bro used her kids as weapons. That's just fucking brutal. And awesome. Anyways, now that she is gone, you can actually traverse the fucking area without losing your mind. And that, we are back to the castle. With that, we have these electric enemies. I actually really fucking hate them. Anyways, with that, we are back to the castle, which has these electric enemies. Did I fucking copy and paste it twice? No, I just can't read. Hate them. Anyways, as we go to the main building and walk around doing things so we can get to the courtyard to get our devil arm, which we have done twice now. Once we get there, this just throughout the clip, you know, get it over with. Get it over with, guys!
Baby, yeah! Alright. Nice. Sweet. You can hide that body, but that smell? Ooh, there's no covering up.
Insult me one more time and I will make you suffer more than you want
I'd actually like to see you try that.
Don't think this is the end. There are more of us.
He wasn't kidding. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet.
Okay, we have maybe 4 more cutscenes to go through. Anyways, we now have the suitcase Pandora that can turn you to 666 different forms, as long as the user can imagine them, which is really fucking cool. We need more devil arms like this. We actually learned something really cool about the Ball of Destruction. Dante's seen it in a comic book, and Trish made fun of him for it, saying you are really fucking childish, which... fair enough. Not gonna defend that, because he is kinda childish, honestly. But, yeah, with that being said, the box itself is quite literally something you don't want open, because if it's opened, the power it emits is so extreme, even Dante is scared to have it open. So now we have to go through the lab to get out. As we fight our way through there, we have to get up so we can get to the lower gate. We then climb up the mountain, and well, I'll let the clip play because Dante just fucking aura farms on this poor sop, dude.
Posing as God? How ridiculous.
You don't say. Wish you would have noticed me earlier. Now my coat's all charred.
The infamous son of Sparda. I'm to avenge my compatriots slain by your sword. You surpass my abilities. How shameful.
You can stay and die. Or you can walk your ugly ass back through that gate. It's your call, pal.
I've retreated once and will not do so again.
That's a letdown. I was hoping for a bit more than just a few sparks. Satisfied. You are set free. And don't look so big from where I'm standing. Now it's just you and me, Mr. Savior.
Anyways, back on track. After Dante beats the fire demon, he wondered, worst case scenario, he could use the Yamato to separate man from devil and remove Nero's essence from the Savior if needed. This plot point will appear in the very near future. Anyways, Trish is leading the flock to a safe place, and they listen to her since she actually sounds like she has a plan, which, yeah, seems right, seems right for people in the occult. Anyways, back to Dante. He has to, Dante, now that he has all his devil arms, he has to book it to the main target, the Yamato. The only reason he is here is to fight through the city of Fortuna, and then possibly the best scene in Devil May Cry history, if you ask me, because it's kind of fucking funny. And I love funny things.
It was my assumption that those demons would prove far inferior in the face of your tactics.
You summon and kill. Summon and kill. I fail to see the logic here. Said it. The price to pay for power?
Humans. They are but stubborn and foolish. It takes a journey
to hell for them to accept and praise their god. A fact that tickles Irony's judgment.
And your judgments interest me not. For I am here to reclaim what is rightfully mine.
That is what you think. And that is why I wait in your power!
You will fumble in opposition of my quest. Though I encourage for an opportunity to battle a being of such grand delusion as you is a sweet fortune.
How can there be such a difference between us?
You surrendered your humanity. It's that simple.
But you are not human. So why am I inferior?
You assume humans are weak. Okay, yeah, their bodies lack the physical ability of a demon. But humans possess something that demons don't.
What? What is it the demons lack? Please, for the sake of my research, please tell me. No, 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 no.
If you're gonna continue your research in the next world,
No, 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 no.
do your homework first. And the rest is silence. I know this thing's a major cultural artifact, but it's bad for the community.
You get it back?
That's one sword.
And one to go. Need some company?
I think you better help the others. Try to get them as far away from here as possible.
Got it.
You destroyed the Hell Gates.
Yeah, it kinda tainted the view. So, you ready to fight now, or what?
You traveled this far to fight me. You could never touch the power of the Savior.
Sounds like you're overcompensating. Besides, I didn't want you to get a creak in your neck for looking down at me.
Silence! What would it take for you to alter your position?
How about death? So, you ready to eat your words?
Do as you wish. Your attempts are futile.
The true form must be inside. Looks like it's up to me to take care of ugly hair.
So fucking cool. And with that, we have one more battle. With him, at least. Okay, now with that, we have to fight the Savior. It is so awesome. I love this set piece. Though it's definitely a bit of a slog, and the level after this made me want to slam my head into the desk. I'll let the... I don't know what clip I was going to let play. Oh yeah, Nero escaping.
Even Yamato is powerless in opposition to the Savior.
If the exterior is solid... then you gotta take it out from the inside. Time to wake up, kid! You're missing out on all the fun! Nero! It's up to you from here, kid! An opportunity to save the world doesn't happen every day, you know? Savor it.
This I will savor. Let's clean up this mess.
Do what you gotta do, kid! Cause I'm about to send this guy on a one-way trip to hell!
Don't worry. I'm gonna get this done.
Good luck, kid.
So yeah, we had to deal with the dice game again, which I really super fucking hated this because we had to refight all the bosses for like 3 separate times after this. After this, we get to fight Sanctus. Him using the Devil Sword Sparda in a way it was never meant to be used. But I'll let the end of the game play out so you kind of get what's going on, you know?
Talk about shaking things up in here.
Hey, kid! You should see what I'm going through!
Guess we're in the same boat then.
We had originally intended Dante to form the Savior's core. Perhaps it would have been wise to adhere to that choice.
Too late for regrets. Now release Kyrie!
Why oppose the Order? I knew your faith was weak, but I always thought you served our wishes.
Bad enough you lying about all this and trying to kill me. But what really pissed me off was using Kyrie!
What is that? Love.
Look it up.
Come on, kid! It's time to finish this!
Wrapping things up on my end.
Don't be too sure, boy. Although flawed, the power of the Savior is beyond that of which you can The power of Sparda. Why won't you give me strength? Am I not worthy?
Never could take those legends too literally. But I do know that Sparda had a heart. A heart that could love another person. A human. And that is what you lack. This time I will save you. Just hold on.
Don't move or I'll...
Sorry I took so long. Kyrie.
Huh. It's over. Took your time.
What? You looking for an apology?
Well, how long am I gonna have to wait for it?
This guy just doesn't let it go.
This is where it started. And this is where it'll land. By my hand.
All right, then. Go finish it, kid.
Wait for me. You know, God, I always hated that you made my arm like this. But now with it, I can destroy this thing. Who would have thought? Now I This hand was made for sending guys like you back to hell. And now, you die! Yeah. I guess I should thank you.
But that'd be out of character. Maybe you should just throw an insult my way instead.
Yeah, that sounds better. Still, I owe you.
Don't sweat it. I had my reasons for helping. Take care of yourself.
Wait. You forgot this.
Keep it.
What? I thought this meant a lot to you.
That's the only kind of gift worth giving. I want to entrust it to you, so I am. What you do from here is your call.
Hey, Dante. Will we meet again?
So, is this the end?
Maybe. Maybe.
The city's a wreck.
Yeah.
I am still alive, right?
Yeah. We both are. Kitty A. If I'm a demon, and not a human anymore, is this what you want?
Nero, you're you. And it's you I want to be with. I don't know anyone who is as human as you are.
Looks like they're determined to interrupt. Guess that kiss is gonna have to wait.
It's all right. I'll wait.
Thanks.
Okay, this is fucking cool. I actually really like Nero. I don't like DMC4. Yeah, not a fan. I prefer DMC3 as it is my favorite game. As it has enough action and dumb shit to be entertaining while being able to do combos without my hands feeling like they're cramping into the 4th dimension, for dear's sake. Because while playing DMC5 and 4, I got horrible cramps in my hands. I have never dealt with cramps in my hands. In like my years, I was a console gamer since I was like 8. I've probably played games for around 10 years on console, dude. Like, I've played games for a very, very long time. So, if I am getting cramps from a game, the game's either bullshit or it's way too complicated. Take your pick. Halo. You know, well, Infinite probably would be a better example of getting hand cramps. Like, that should be a game where you get cramps on because you have to do a bunch of random bullshit just to play the game correctly. Or so the people on the internet say. But in all seriousness, the game did give me, like, horrible cramps. DMC4 did for a different reason. But 5, oh my god, my poor mittens, dude. Anyway, so the book does give us a bit of post-DMC4 content. So we get a month after the fact. You know, what's going on? Dante is doing his thing, but sent Nero a gift. A sign for Devil May Cry so Nero could open up his own Devil May Cry on the island of Fortuna. Now, at the time, Nero was helping Kyrie help this city heal after the devil attack. People are still quite worried about Nero's arm, as they think he's a demon. But for those who know him, he's just a good guy. We got about one more book and a manga to go through. So let's start with Devil May Cry 5, Before the Nightmare. We open up with a journalist talking to a Nicoletta Goldstein. Wait, Goldstein had another kid? We know a boy that died, at least I think he died, but wow. Didn't know she had another, or did she have another family? We'll learn about that later. But what I do know, wouldn't Neil be her grandmother at this point? Anyways, Nico is asking this guy about Fortuna, about the Order, what's left. And who the only guy who answered questions was about it. And it all happened to be Nero. She needs to know his name, so the guy mentions it. And she, now knowing his name, she is now looking for Nero. So Nero is trying to fix up the Red Queen, and it isn't working because after he used Succeed the way he did, it absolutely destroyed the engine. Some kids run in and explain some weird lady is looking for you. Turns out, she asked the kid where Nero was, and he ran off, so Nico followed him to find Nero. Nico made an entrance. She made Nero know real good she didn't give a single shit. She walks in like she owns the place, and she wants to order records for some reason. She asked a question Nero never expected. What happened to Agnes, or whatever the fuck you want me to call him, because I don't care, I think it's funnier. Turns out that it is Nico's father. Okay, that's why he hated women. One either fucked him over, or he was a bit of a fucking weirdo and became an incel. It all makes sense. Anyways, Nico is kind of sad that she is related to him, and, you know, she sees the Red Queen and dodges Nero as she decides to fix it up. And now, he couldn't get rid of her. He owed her money. So he decides order record, order notes would be a worthy exchange. Meanwhile, Dante is going to the island from DMC2. You know, the game with like fucking zero plot. Unless you played Lucia's campaign and at least you had a kinda decent idea of what the actual plot was. Anyways, he meets with Granny once more, and it turns out she knew Sparda. This old bat's like 2,000 years old. Damn! She's old as fuck. Anyway, so DMC4 takes place 10 years before the story, right? And DMC5 years before... DMC4 years before this. Unless DMC5... DMC2... DMC4 is 5 years before... Oh, wait, no. Five years before this, plus 5 years before DMC4. He was there, meaning DMC4 takes place after the anime. Anyways, I don't know why the fuck I wrote that in such an incomprehensible way, man. So it turns out the only reason this demon got out of... Oh, the only reason Dante got out of hell was because there was a tear between worlds. Some appear more often than others, like on Dumb-Mary and Fortuna. So Dante got lucky and found one. It turns out Lucia really likes Dante. Like she wants to take Grandma to Applebee's with him. She wants him to butter her biscuit. Anyways, so it turns out that Argosax was back, or something like him at least, is trying to be. Yeah, he's trying to be nonchalant, but Lucia wants them to have a reunion, and the demon he needs to defeat is Balrog. Oh, that's how he got the devil arm! Yeah, I was a tad bit concerned when I found it was, you know, just a thing. Anyways, back to the story. We switch back to Nero. So, there is a basement, and Nico's freaking out because this stuff is cool. Nero wants to know why she wants this research, if it's to continue the legacy, and, Nero will shoot her on the spot. Wow! That got dark real quick. Like my granny. Have you heard anything about the Master of 45 Caliber? She's indeed related to her grandma, which is the legendary Goldstein. She is talking, then he brings up his revolver, Blue Rose. She immediately examines it and understands its full functionability. In seconds, she is indeed a master of her crafts. She then asks about Dante, since he uses her granny's perfectly crafted pistols. So Nero is trying to figure out how to tell her Dante killed Agnes. We then switch to a very demon hunter. Where is the other word? There's supposed to be a word, but I don't know. Oh, we then switch to that very demon hunter. My fucking god, I can't read. And on his way to confront the demon who took up residence and made those residents a little evil, you could say. Shoot me. Anyways, Dante killed most of them, all on his way. He then bumps into Lucia. So Lucia hasn't aged a day, and it is because, well, she's a demon, or more correctly, a homunculus created by the Ouroboros from DMC2. I'd understand if you're confused. As for me, I'm not as confused since I, you know, played Lucia's campaign, so I kind of figured this out earlier. As they tear through the demons together, all of them fled right back to Balrog. It turns out Balrog has a shard of the Yamato in his hand, and Dante asks Lucia to leave this one to him. Family ties and all. Winstage to Nico as she's thinking. So she doesn't find people beautiful, only weapons. But when she sees Kyrie, she decides, yeah, I guess some are. As we learn that Alicia is her mother, meaning Neil Goldstein had 2 children, a boy that died and a girl? No. Alyssa is completely... She is related to Goldstein through marriage. This will make sense when we get to Rocky's section. Anyways. But this still doesn't fix the boy dying part. Again, that'll be fixed in the Rocky section. So, Nero is asking if they have a spare room for Nico to crash in for a bit, before adding they don't owe her anything, so it turns out Kyrie has a big no swear rule. So, when Nico does what Nico does, Nero needs to give her a warning real quick. And then Nico figures out Kyrie and Nero's dynamic, and, it chills. Her role, the only reason she decided to crash here, was to read her father's documents, as Nero won't let her leave with them for the obvious danger of them them existing. Of them being out in the world, which, fair. So Nico will stay until she reads what she's looking for. And then most likely leave. Nero decides to give her a tiny break and would let her smoke in the garage as long as it's not around kids, which, yeah, fair. Fair enough, she did fix her fancy motorcycle, so... I guess that's fair. Because, I'm kind of the same way. I really don't like smoking at all. But to be fair, I have asthma, so if you smoke in my general direction, that's a big fucking fuck you. So, she figured the only way to surpass Goldstein was to make weapons using demonic parts. Seeing how she was the master at 45 caliber, well, you can't surpass her in that way. So why not demon weapons? So this is why she makes the devil breakers in DMC5. It all makes sense now. Nico needs to get a suitcase from her stepdad, so she needs to make a cop. We then switch to Lucia as she is watching Dante do his usual song and dance while fighting. I love the little bits of art we get in these books. But anyways, Balrog turns up the heat, literally, and Dante is just unfazed. Which, shocks Balrog, so Dante pulls out Cerberus to make sure this guy didn't even stand a chance. And Dante smashes Balrog's hand, but it also broke Cerberus. Man, fuck! I love that weapon! Dude! So after that, the Chart of the Yamato broke Balrog, and he decided to join Dante, knowing he could simply not win. So after this, Dante begins to walk home. In Lucia's internal dialogue, we learn that Lucia is deeply in love with Dante. Okay, so the boy did not die, he was just taken from his mother because of an accident where the boy almost lost an eye because of a gun she didn't keep up while she was getting some stuff. So essentially, Rocky got a call from Nico to get his shit, and he's reminiscing on the past of what led to this event. And because of that, the father got a divorce, and after that, she never saw him again, which kind of reframes the death of Goldstein, but still kind of works. Rock, the kid's name, after that, worked for Ouroboros for a little bit. So their weapons expertise, and it turns out that he found where his mother was, but it took a year to finally get a day to finally see her, but he learned that half a year prior, she died in a fire, and it turns out that his dad failed Ouroboros and lost everything, and Rock took his stepsister in as to not leave her in the cold. Turns out, before Agnes moved to Fortuna, he was working on Ouroboros. Everything clicked in place after he got, you know, Alyssa a job at Ouroboros. Everything is clicking in place. It all makes sense now. And then it turns out Agnes didn't leave his wife because he wanted to. No. His Holiness demanded it. And with that, he had to return. She didn't want to go, so he had to leave her. Wow, I never expected to have any sympathy for Agnes or any of the shit he did. But he is earning it. And she died of an incurable disease, and Nero had to grow up with only Uncle Rock. She showed great joy in making guns, and it turned out Dante met them before, giving Rock a photo of his mom, and mentioned Ebony and Ivory. And the Tony, I explained, I really enjoy how they give this man depth. Dante came into Rock's store so he could fix the typo that Neil put all of her words in honor of her son. So he fixed it and Dante disappears afterwards, and Rock was happy that his niece was going to find answers. And he sent her stuff, and then we switched to Nico as she criticizes the name devilmaycry. Since Nero opened his own branch, and it turns out devilmaycry, this branch is more than demon hunting, because Kyrie wanted to help people after the whole city destruction thing. Nico is currently helping him with a task when they get Father's sword recollection. Essentially, Nero got his arm relocated from his elbow down to in the hands of Papa. A dada. Essentially, he took child support from the child. Nico stayed with him until they could get him to a hospital. Morrison is back, and he went to Bobby's cellar, and it turns out, after what happened, Gru's kids bought it up and fixed it and renamed it to Gru's Cellar. Hell yeah, boys. Hell yeah. They ask about Tony, and he says, oh, well, he's busy, but one of them hates his guts and thinks he caused all this, despite him literally despite the fact he paid his family after the events of what happened. Yeah, no wonder he's fucking broke. Bro's paying off 4 families at the same fucking time. He is making up for the mistakes of his past. V walks into Bobby's cellar sometime later. Someone like him walks in here. Things don't go well anyways. He asks for Morrison and needs a job, or rather, to give a job to someone in particular. Dante, the legendary demon hunter. And on their way, they pass by a wounded man as V's bird comes in and lands on his arm and speaks. Morrison, at this point, just accepts that this is what you deal with when Dante's involved, just goes along with it. We then switch to Dante, and everything is off. Power, gas, water, he lost it all. We then switch to Lady because the business encounter. So Lady was extremely nervous about working with Dante because she knew with Trish being there, she had no reason to join, but Morrison convinces her. We then switch to V as they head to the tree. So we get a little bit to go before the book. So at the beginning and middle point of the game, yeah, I can already feel like this is going to be a fucking migraine. So, after this, we have one last book, or rather, a comic, manga, you know? Or rather, a manga, I don't know. Visions of V. So, essentially, there's more to the book, right? But I'm going to jump into the Visions of V segment because it has a lot of backstory. Before we talk about the final part of, you know, Nero and his story. So, anyways. So, in the first chapter, we get a reselling of the events of DMC5 with a little backstory. Virgil took his boy's arm and used the Yamato to split himself into V, his human side, his emotions, his nightmares, and memories. Leaving a being of only power, V barely escaped with his book that was once Virgil's. We get a small background lore that anytime Dante wanted to play with wooden swords, Virgil didn't want to. Bro is a nerd and a bookworm anyways. So Griffin offers a contract with V after V got dumped in the garbage by Griffin to escape Urizen. So yeah, you know, Griffin's like, let's make a contract. And V is like, maybe? So yeah. Griffin then explains that he is a nightmare. Without a host, he will die. So he needs V, and V needs him. Sometime after, Griffin beats up some guy, and V takes his clothing, less what he is wearing in DMC5. V gets attacked by a demon, so he says, if I need you so much, then kill the demon. And Griffin attacks, so V starts to come around to the idea of making a contract with Griffin when the demon comes back up. Griffin cannot kill, only hurt. So Griffin uses all his demonic energy and passes out. They break into an antique shop to try to escape, but the demon comes in. Griffin distracts the demon long enough for the now injured V to smash a case and grab a cane, and uses it to kill the demon, and thus how V got his weapon. It's all making sense now. Griffin explains this after figuring it out. We have V, and he finally decides to make a contract with Griffin. He's a nightmare, and can only weaken them. And V can kill weakened enemies. So the contract is made, and some of his tattoos appear. Thus explaining the whole, you know, tattoo thing. Unless we're one nightmare down. We then get a look into what happened when Mundus had Virgil. And he broke him, made him think he was weak. Sparda was nothing before entombing him into the Nello Angelo suit. We then catch up with Griffin and V. They find Shadow as he is fighting. He then steals the cane and runs away. V asked if it isn't a devil arm, then why does Shadow want it? Griffin explains it probably has some materials mixed in from the underworld. It's extremely common, thus explaining why the cane can kill demons. Shadow runs off with it, and V and Griffin make chase. They find him near death in an orb form, exposed with a ton of bugs surrounding them. As fucking Phantom returns! Okay, hold on. So we fought him in DMC 1, right into Phantom 2 in DMC 2, and then Phantom 3 in the prequel comic, and now we're on to Phantom 4 in the fucking audio drama, and now we're on to Phantom fucking 5! There's 5 of them! How? How the fuck is there 5 of them? They are all made by the same fucking guy, I can only assume. So there's 5 of them! Power Aid. The Aids of Power. You gotta collect them all if you want the Power Aid. What the fuck did I just say? Oh man, now we're on to Phantom 5. Anyways, back to the story. Phantom drops down, trying to stop them from getting, Shadow. V reclaims his cane as Shadow reforms, still unconscious, but Phantom is being quite mean. Griffin explains, well, we helped V, or we died. Phantom is opposed for working for V, as he would rather die. So V says, that's how it is. Then it shall be. And Phantom attacks V. He then hides as Griffin grabs Shadow, and V manages to convince Shadow to join him. Thus, with that, contract redeemed, and V doesn't use Phantom. Phantom, he killed him. That was with the help of Shadow. And with that, two of the three left, meaning the only one familiar left that I am interested in. Shadow joined the ranks and permanently got the second half of the tattoo. Few things remain, like V's hair is still white. It needs to be black. So they need more power to defeat Urizen, and to even have a hope there is more. V walks there as it forms the worst enemy in all of DMC1, Nightmare. So we get some Nightmare backstory. It was a demon made to be almost as powerful as Mundus, but he was so scared of it that he had to handicap it to the point that it would only listen to him. So we return to V as he sends Shadow to attack it. Nightmare one-shots him and V recollects him, and after Griffin gets fucking laser beamed, and then Nightmare consumes V and takes the cane. And in there he sees Nello Angelo and calls himself useless, meaningless dream. Nello then grabs V by the thought. But Dante comes in and saves V as he plunges into the core of Nightmare. He admits to Nightmare he will never be as strong as Dante. But Nightmare times out and V wins. More demons come and Nightmare recognizes V as his Shrew Master, joining him. Shadow and Griffin barely held them off long enough for V to get the help of Nightmare. Nightmare joins him and V passes out. Because Nightmare took all the power he had left, and Nightmare killed all of them. We then cut to a memory of V's past when he was Virgil. The memory dissolves as he realizes the Nightmare can take too much energy to have out for long, and then he deals with his inner demons, realizing the only way to defeat Urizen is with Dante. We would switch to him to Dante seeing his toilet has no water, like when Morrison found him. We then jump to him thinking about Dante. Griffin says, how are you even going to talk to him? Say please. V mentions how he isn't exactly the spitting image of Dante like he once was, seeing how Urizen took some of the looks with him. So that solves that. Griffin then asks, how about the name? And then he says, what about that? V then says, well, I'm V. It's on my book. So, he was, called it. V sounds like a code name, and in Dante's business, that seems about right. So, V needs food, mostly human right now, so him and Griffin realize they need money. Lots of it. So then they decide to rob, some fucking goobers decide to rob someone. And that woman being robbed had a memento from her mother, a necklace, a jewel, causing a tired V to collapse. No food, remember? Blowing their cover, Griffin needs to think quick, V knowing he has nothing in the ways to fight, has something to fuck with them till they hit him, to which Shadow fucks them up. and took all of their money. And V gives the keepsake back to the terrified woman, witching not to be murdered. So V tosses the keepsake and leaves in pursuit of more moolah. We get a scene out of Before the Nightmare, so I won't repeat myself as to not blow the video. We get backstory, a memory. We see a young Virgil running away from home so he can read a book, because Dante wants to fight. The old man decides to give Virgil a book, and he puts a V on it. Thus, the reason why the V, Man, lore. Anyways. He returns, and then they get into a fight. Eva breaks it up, and says both of you are going to weed the garden all week. All Virgil wanted to do was read a book, so he flips out and runs away as a demon attacks on the fateful day. He saw his home in flames and got cut up by demons. And after he used the Yamato to kill the demons, he hobbles home, and seeing that his mother didn't even come out, he lost his humanity in that moment. He then fights a mini Angelo as he gets over his fear of the nightmares. The nightmare of Nello Angelo. And with that, we have nothing other to cover other than the rest of DMC5 Before the Nightmare. So after that, I'm just going to kind of summarize the rest of it. So V, Dante, not wanting them to know that they're fighting Virgil, tries to get V to give him a name, and he gives Urizen. And Dante was like, that's clever, your reason. Urizen. Because V lied to Dante saying it was Virgil, which it is Virgil, but isn't Virgil, half Virgil. Half-truth? Anyways. He then starts to think Dante may not be everything they need, so he goes to get Nero. Nero is in the hospital as he looks over to see an open window. The next thing he sees is a goth twink standing about 12 feet away from him. V says, hey, Dante needs your help. Help me. I'll pay you. I know who stole your arm. Urizen has it. You help me. You get your arm back. And, Nero's like, oh, fuck yeah, but we gotta leave through the window so Kyrie doesn't know that I'm doing this. So, V helps him out. Nero gets his shit, and then a helicopter comes in, and Morrison was driving the helicopter. And V and Nero leave, thus leading into the beginnings of Devil May Cry 5.
You could have at least knocked, Morrison.
Yeah, I could have. I got some good news and some bad news. Pick your poison. Which you want to hear first?
Just speak.
Bad news it is. Lady Patty's feathers are all ruffled. See, she wants to invite you to her birthday party, but your phone is disconnected.
You're a smart one, Morrison. You noticed the electric and water out too?
I expected nothing less.
So what's the good news?
Oh, I got a gig. Cash up front.
Cash up front. This I like. The water needs turning on and those toilets need flushing.
Water, gas, and power. Coming out of your cut. You're a real agency now.
Devil may cry.
Dante, do you have any idea how many times I've tried to call? Like a zillion. Oh my god, tonight's my birthday party. Yeah, I'm turning 18. Not a little kid.
Okay, Morrison. I'll take you up on that gig, but only if you can get me out of that hellish birthday party.
Consider your RSVP declined. Meet your new client. Listen, I'm gonna find Lady and Trish. Bring him in on this.
What? Come on, you don't think I can handle this gig on my own?
It's a big job. Big job, Dante. You're gonna need the help.
So, what's your name?
I have no name. I am but 2 days old. Just kidding. You can call me V.
Okay, V. Why don't you tell me everything about this job?
A powerful demon is about to resurrect, and we need your help, Dante.
Now that's a familiar tune. Do you have any idea how many times I've heard that exact same line?
This is special.
Special? Okay. So what's so special about this one?
This demon is your reason. Your reason for fighting.
This demon got a name? Well, well. O king of stench and filth. I'm impressed. Those are two of the most badass women in the world. And I only know one other guy who can defeat them. Jackpot.
Dante.
To help them, V dipped so he could get the one-armed Nero. It's better to have the full bloodline of Sparda than only half. So, yeah, Nero woke up, V asked for help, and V didn't go through the door, you know, all the Kyrie stuff. And, yeah. But after he lost to Yurzin, they have to wait a month. So he would know, you know, wouldn't revolt. Which meant for like 20-ish years, Virgil was just stumbling around the world, trying to find his broken katana. Wow, he really was fucking weak at that point. Anyways, V decides to, with his limited time, trapped after the defeat of Dante, because he's like, Nero, in a month, you need to get a power and then come back, because we only have a month to stop this. And V, stumbling around with his limited time, decides to save people and give as much time as he can, because even a few seconds can make a difference. Dante fought with everything he had, and even more when Nero jumped in to help.
Looks like this won't be a total waste of time after all. Hey, jackass! Did your mother ever teach you it's not nice to steal? Sorry, Dante. I'm back in this bitch.
This is it! This is it! It's all over! Round two.
Get her out of here! This is a bad move! I can still fight! Go! You're just dead weight! Back up!
Come on! Let go! We must leave here. It's far stronger than we ever could have imagined. That bastard called me deadweight, but he come all this way for nothing. Stop hitting yourself and think of ways to get stronger and actually help. If Dante loses, you're all that can defeat Urizen. Is that what you call him? Yes. Urizen, the Demon King. That's the name of the demon that took your arm.
What happened to Dante? Where's Dante?
He's buying time, but it doesn't look good.
This can't be happening. Dante lost.
Forget it. There's nothing we can do. We must go.
Holy shit, he just broke rebellion! Wow. After that, V got Nero out of there, so he begins. After a month, he had 2 Devil Bringers ready and was ready to show Dante he was not deadweight. Then we get, you know, the first cutscene in the game, and this is honestly the best opening credit scene that has ever existed. Ever.
Same crap, different day. So, tell me.
Tell you what?
How's it feel to be rescuing the guy that killed your father?
Hey, I'm glad we're getting personal. Well, he abandoned my mother and I and left us for dead. So I feel nothing.
Well, he's not exactly going up for Father of the Year award now, is he?
His research wasn't half bad. Came in handy. Mildly thankful for that.
They have to do that in here. It already smells like ass.
That's you.
Hey, Nico!
Don't lose your tits. I see him.
Hey, you have to hit every single bump in the road? Gonna ruin my groove.
Hold the line! Hold the line! Nothing gets through!
What's happening? What's going on?
You look like you need a hug, but you're not gonna get one from me. Better get lost.
Hey, who are you? Hey, you're gonna get yourself killed!
Don't crap yourself. He likes to kill demon things. Let him do his thing.
You hear what I said, you dumb one-armed son of a bitch? You're gonna die!
Cheer up, crew cut. You taking notes? All right. Time to kick some ass.
like I said, bro oozes aura. So we fight our way through the bridge to get to the main part of Redgrave City. We are now wandering the town, killing parts of the demon tree, killing demons, and trying in general to do our best to get to the tree, while trying to find V, because, well, he's the guy we have to talk to. Something I want to mention real quick before we continue is, there's live action versions of all of these cutscenes, and they are possibly the best things I've ever seen. Because seeing a Japanese guy in a black cloak, like, flapping around like he's Griffin is the funniest shit I've ever seen. Also, watching some Japanese guy do a Michael Jackson dance is, like, possibly the funniest shit I've ever seen. And then seeing, like, the guy do full-on, like, completely understands how to use nunchucks is actually kind of fucking crazy. Like, low-key, check out the live-action cutscenes. They're fucking funny as shit. But anyways, Nero then bumps into Goliath, and well...
Somebody call a doctor?
Human! I wasn't expecting any survivors!
Sorry to disappoint you. Hey, you happen to see a guy around here? About this big, uses a cane? I was supposed to meet him. Did you snack on him?
Your blood is a very precious sacrifice. Eating you would do me no good. I must have every last drop to rule the underworld as king.
King? You? I don't know. I mean, you're a big guy and all, but you seem more like a knuckle-scrapping fart in the wind than anything else. No offense.
Do you know who I am? I shall show you the wrath of the mighty Goliath.
Cool trick! Hey, do you do parties?
I curse my stars in bit of grief and woe. That made my love so high, and me so low. Little wanderer, hie thee home.
Thought I was gonna have to pick you out of his, tummy teeth.
Pardon my delay. I was catching up on some reading.
Yeah, looks like a real page-turner. So, you think Dante's still in there?
If Urizen defeated him, then I expect he's not much more than Glyphod pollen by now.
A what?
Glyphod. It's a tree that grows in the underworld. It thrives on human blood, and those whose blood it sucks, well, let's just say they don't turn out too well.
Well, in any case, we need to find out. If Dante's alive, we'll save him. If not, we don't.
Wait. First, we need to exterminate some Glyphod roots.
V, what the hell are you?
I know I'm late. Shut it! The roads were all clogged. Hey, you must be V, huh? Hey, you gonna get that? Ding, 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 right by your feet. Woo-wee! I'm gonna make something amazing out of this.
Did you just sniff that? Do you have any idea where that's been?
Up your butt?
Focus on the mission.
Damn! Well, now we know our mission. We go and start derooting the parts of the tree so we can take it down, and hopefully the new Demon King, Urizen. As we fire our way through, we bump into an enemy, Artemis. This has moves that seem slightly familiar. So after we kick its ass, we figure out exactly what was powering this thing, and it's not what you'd expect. I certainly didn't expect it.
What? No chit-chat or monologue? Just getting right to the point, huh? Dante's friend.
It's Lady.
You know her?
From my gunsmith days.
What?
Can't believe you do this to Kyrie. I'm gonna have to tell her, man. I'm joking. Hey, loosen up your jockstrap.
Haha.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Chicka bow wow, chicka bow wow.
Yeah. Kyrie would kill me right now.
Wow, Lady was stuck in that. Must have sucked a ton. But we saved her now. Now we get to play as V, as he takes out more roots. After we take out a few, we stir up the parasite Niddog, and has it right. It apparently V knows a lot about. Anyways, we kill it and deal with something a little too big. So we then have to run away. Run through the sewers to take out more roots, and then we walk in on something we shouldn't have. But it gives us that little advantage we need. And we can take whatever we can, clearly.
Malthus. Of course. More trouble.
Not sure about that one, though. Never seen it before. Not in the underworld, anyway.
Search for the Devil's Sword, Sparda. You know where it is. He told me to leave it be, but I'm afraid it still concerns me. As long as there is a blood descendant of Sparda, I cannot take any chances. Do you understand? Find it and destroy it. Only then will his reign be truly realized.
I see. I know what you are. Don't worry. I'll be gentle.
Hey!
I'm fine. I must chase him. If the Devil's Sword Sparda still exists, it may very well be our only hope.
Think about this for a minute now. What will you do if you find it? You gotta be strong in mind and body to wield the Sparda, and you, sir, are neither. Hate to break it to you, but the Sparda will just be too much for you.
For me, yes. But what if the boy, Nero? Let's go. Once we are near the Sparda, even I should be able to sense its presence.
So the Devil's Sword Sparda is still near. With that, maybe Nero can do what Dante used to do. And that is our new mission. While Nero continues his journey to get the jump on the asshole with Stolo's arm, we switch to Nero as he has to deal with the big motherfucker and takes him down. After killing Roots, we then deal with some Angelos.
Nice. Getting the band back together, huh?
What evil lurks? I must destroy.
I thought that was the plan all along. Took us long enough to get here. What? Tired already?
I just remembered something. This town was attacked. Once before.
Is that so?
I was here. I can still see it. In fact, I was playing right here. That was the house. This is where we part ways. You go ahead.
You're gonna miss all the fun.
No. I must seek out the Devil's Sword Sparda.
What? Yeah, I don't think that's such a good idea. Trust me.
You're not the only one who thinks so. But to win this fight, we're going to need all the help we can get.
Not the only one. What the hell aren't you telling me? Guess there's no point thinking about it. Perfect timing. Now we're starting to act like a team.
Ew. You like flirting with me? Knock it off. Get in the car. Oh my god.
Well, no point in turning back now. Not that that was ever an option. Yeah. Time for some payback.
And now we run and make it to the tree to fight Urizen. We fight our way through hell and then finally get back up. And we leave nothing down to chance.
Hey, douchebag. Miss me? Where's Dante? No body? No dried up Dante jerky? Nothing?
You've come here to die.
He talks. You're reason, huh? I bet your parents didn't like you much, 'cause your name sucks.
I am without a name. I am power. Absolute.
Well, no name. I'll be sure to put that on your tombstone.
You will suffer and die.
I'll show you, deadweight. It's about time I landed something.
Weak mortal. Demon power does not course through your veins, yet you try. How dare you strike me? You will regret being born useless and human. I will show you your worst nightmares. I will give you despair and death. Scatter like dust. Nowhere to go. petulant mortal flesh. Cursed the moment you were brought into this world. Who dares interfere? What creature stands against a king?
Is that a demon?
He got his fat ass up, and we didn't last long. A strange demon saves us, and it has to be Dante. We then switch to V as he searched for the devil's sword, Sparda. And we have to fight through this arena. And we find Dante is still alive. Virgil used it to scare Dante. But they end up running through the area where Virgil used to live. V is running to get to, trying to find it, but V is not strong enough. But maybe Nero can. We then see him damn near stab Dante as he gets a flashback. The one I showed earlier, and then Dante gets his ass fucking kicked.
All right, enough's enough. Can't let a boy do a man's job.
Hey, wait. I'm not done talking yet.
Okay, you get some rest. By the way, I guess I owe you one.
Man, and to think, with the Devil's Sword Sparda, I finally got to use as a scythe! I waited so long to do this! Now my dreams have finally been fulfilled. Now, we find our way through the city, and we have to fight through Cavalier Angelo. And Dante, off the bat, knew who she truly was, getting a vehicle thrown at him at max speeds. Well, he knows who the fuck that was, because who else would it be?
Is it Halloween already? That costume looks a little big. I thought you had better taste than that. How about I take it in a little? Whoa, looks like I took in a little too much. You okay?
I've been better. Dante, that demon is...
Don't even think about it. Just rest.
Dante!
Take care of Trish for me.
Dante, wait!
Dante's left.
Yes. And I don't think he can win.
What was that demon, V? Where did it come from? Urizen is not a demon. I know that for a fact because I'm from the underworld. My God. What are you then?
It doesn't matter. I'm a shadow of my former self who lost everything. I will tell you the story of my birth. Suffering defeat after defeat, that man's body was reaching its limit, breaking down. But he couldn't die yet. The man had a job that must be done. To defeat his twin brother.
Dante. Heavy chain that does freeze my...
In order to defeat his younger brother, he could only do one thing with the crumbling flesh and feelings. He needed to separate man from devil with the strength of the Yamato. And eventually, the man became a true devil. I've tried to hold together my crumbling flesh with what little demonic power I have left, but I'm approaching my limit. In separating and regaining my human soul, I've realized the gravity of the crime I've committed. I've realized how important everything was. Everything I've thrown away in my pursuit of power.
Is that why you went to find Dante?
Yes. Foolish. I thought that maybe he could change maybe fix... maybe right my wrong. Tell me. Was this fool before you, right?
I'm not your mommy, V. You're a big boy. And you need to see this through. Dante's war.
How's that for road rash?
Now, with Trish thoroughly saved, he entrusts V to keep her safe. But she immediately knows either V is Virgil or she's just being sarcastic. Dante now has to fight his way all the way through the Clythoth tree area so we can get back to our old childhood home. And well, we then wonder, what if we use the Broken Rebellion with the Sparda? Because if Virgil can split himself apart, then we can put ourselves together?
Ha! There you are. Hey, what's wrong with you? Hey! Hey, Dante!
The demonic power was activated in me once, when Virgil lovingly jammed this through my chest. I always wondered, why did my father give me the rebellion?
Okay, what are you muttering?
Over the years, I've been stabbed and jabbed by a number of things. But who would have ever guessed?
Have you lost your mind? There's a demon to destroy! Kill yourself later! I'll help!
If the Yamato can separate man from devil, then what about the rebellion?
Wow! You are absorbing the Sparda!
Hey, he's all yours. But don't let it become a habit.
Win, Dante! Win!
Dante.
Okay, now we have it this time. Yersin stands up, no chance he knows that, and leaves as the fruit matures and grows up. And with that, we have a whole load of bullshit to deal with now.
Well, looks like no one's worse for wear. I'm just gonna double check.
Hey, where did that garbage god go? What is Urizen after?
He's at the top of the Clyfod.
It's the other way around, Dante. This is the lowest level of the Clyfod's upper echelon. Human blood is the source of demon's power. The fruit born through the Clyfod is even more dense than the blood that created it. Its power is unparalleled. Even the almighty Mundus used it to become king of the underworld. Avid told me everything.
Yeah, well, that's a lovely story and all, but as long as we know where to find him.
Whoa, you are the infamous Dante. I'm Nicoletta Goldstein. Sound familiar? My grandmother is Nell Goldstein, the gunsmith that made all your fancy weapons that you got strapped back there. Yeah, there she is!
You don't much look like her.
Yeah, I got my looks from my daddy. That's about all I got from him. But based on his research, I managed to cobble this. Consider it a gift in honor of us finally meeting. Meeting.
I'll take that.
Dante, I'm gonna go too.
Why don't you sit this one out?
Oh, let you call me dead weight again? No thanks. I've got all the power I need. Right here.
You don't understand. It's not what I mean.
Let him go, Dante. Time is a luxury that we can no longer afford. We must chase after him post-haste.
What? Does that mean you're going too?
I have a duty to see this through.
Well, that's all you had to say, Mr. Poetry. I'm gonna go my way, and you guys can go yours. Let's just say that's the best for the cause.
We then split up. Dante goes off to make his way to Urizen while the others help Dante. Dante is faster while Nero is fighting his way doing side missions to give Dante his path forward, and B is falling apart as he gets a little in over his head and stumbles into something he shouldn't and needs to be bailed out. Good thing Nero is nearby.
How do you have so much power left?
You can come out now.
I guess I owe you one.
You should turn around. Your body's not gonna last much longer.
That I cannot do. I must go.
Damn it, V. Don't push yourself. You need some rest.
I must go to where Urizen is.
Why? Why the hell do
I
you
beg
have
you. This is my last request.
Fine. Dante's definitely gonna beat us there.
Well, good thing Nero came in clutch, and now Dante has his final fight with Urizen.
The truth is, I wanted to be protected and loved, but I was alone. My only choice was to survive.
V, you gotta rest.
Nero, I will tell you everything. There is no demon named Urizen. Only a man who threw away his humanity in an endless pursuit of power. He is Dante's older brother.
Dante's Brother?
Yes. And his real name is Virgil.
Virgil. Hey, is that the damn fruit you've been jabbering about? Doesn't look so special to me. Yep. This is where it all started. That day Mother saved me and left you behind. The thing you don't know is, she tried to save you too. She kept searching and searching. Until I killed her.
I have no recollection of this tale. Or this place. It's all an illusion. Created by this extraordinary fruit. Its power, you see, is all I ever wanted. And with this, I will have everything!
No, brother. You don't have everything. That last shred of humanity that you still had, you just lost it.
That is nothing but the pitiful cries of those without strength. Come to me, brother. I shall enlighten you. Dante!
They're brothers? Why are they fighting each other?
To see one's justice through, a man must fight for it, even if the one who stands before him is his kin.
That's ridiculous.
The brothers of blood disagree on the very reason of their existence. They must fight.
Dante!
You're late. Just finishing up.
Is that really your brother?
I'm afraid so.
So he was behind all this. Your own flesh and blood.
Right again.
In the last throes of defeat, I see.
V, get back. Things are about to get really messy.
No. Please. Let me. I want to end this battle with my own hands. Do not struggle. For if you can't even defeat me, then you've already lost.
I will not lose. Not to Dante. I need power. More power.
I know. We are one and the same, you and I. But you've lost me, and I've lost you. Yet we are connected by that one feeling. While thy branches mix with mine, and our roots together join.
What is this? Virgil. You got some pretty big cojones for coming back. Just don't know when to give up! Get out of my way, Nero!
Defeating you like this has no meaning.
Come on, Virgil. Let's do this.
Heal your wounds, Dante. Get strong. After that, we'll settle the matter. Thank you, Nero.
Damn it. If that's your brother, what happened to V? He returned to himself. Go home, Nero. This doesn't concern you. Like hell. I lost my right arm because of him! This is not your fight. I need to stop him, and that's all that matters. I'm not gonna let you have all the fun, Dante! You don't get it. Let me guess. I'm dead weight? Well, you can
That's
shove
not
it!
it, Nero.
What is it then?
He's your father!
What? I had the feeling the first time I saw you, but I just wasn't sure. And then I saw how the Yamato reacted. And I was certain. He's your father. Now he needs an ass kicking. But I can't have you go kill your old man. My father.
positions were switched, would our fates be different? Would I have your life and you mine? Let's settle this. Dante.
What's happening now? Oh god, I thought it was over. This isn't good. We're gonna get dragged into this. Dante, what happened?
My dumbass brother's back and I'm gonna rip him a new one.
Virgil's... How? Dante! Made it for Lady and she paid for it, so consider it a rental. Hey, you can't just...
Okay, we'll take care of that later. Right now, you three get the hell out of here. I'm gonna go take care of old douchebag. Got a feeling this one's gonna be a doozy.
Holy shit, V was Virgil, and then they recombine with the cutscene speaking for itself. Now we're back up on the Clythoff and have to fight our way through the nightmares of Virgil's past. We finally make it to the top. And, well, I'll let the end of the game speak for itself, because there's literally no way I can really do it justice other than just showing it.
Hey, Virgil! Your portal opening days are over. Give me the Amato.
If you want it, then you'll have to take it. But you already knew that.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
How many times have we fought?
Hard to say. It's the only memory I have of us since we were kids. Time to finish this, Virgil. Once and for all.
Nero is my son.
Yeah, dumbass.
You can't remember through that thick skull of yours?
Well, well. That was a long time ago.
I guess you were young once, too. As much as I'd love to hear that story, I think it's about time we...
ended this.
Kyrie. When I was a kid, I was alone. You and Kratos were all I knew. And now all of a sudden I find out I have a family. What am I supposed to do with that?
You always know which path is right and which is wrong. There's no need to doubt yourself.
Thanks. I guess that's all I needed to hear. I have one last thing to take care of. then I'm coming home. I couldn't protect Credo. To this day, I hate myself for not having enough strength. But this time is different. I swear! I'm not letting you die! This is curious.
Nero.
What form of power is this?
What the hell?
This ends right here.
Listen to me. I told you already. This is not your...
You listen, deadweight. I won't let you kill each other. There are other ways of settling your differences. I'm putting a stop to this sibling rivalry. You came all this way just for that. Virgil. V. Whatever you call yourself. Dante's not gonna die here. And neither are you. Do you have a problem with that?
Not gonna die my ass. Oh, that bitch slap nearly killed me.
If I beat Nero, then by default, I beat you. Agreed, Dante?
Whatever. I don't really care. I'm just gonna sit this one out.
When this is over, I'll make you submit. Father. Interesting.
Oh, brother. You cut off your own son's arm for more power, and you still lost.
Enough, damn it! The underworld is taking over. We need to do something before it's too late.
He's right. We need to close that portal. Hey, you lost, so you better do what he says.
I can still fight. But if those roots continue to spread through town, it'll just interfere with our business.
Now, that's the smartest thing I've ever heard you say. Better hurry up. We still got a score to settle.
Evidently. Wait! Where are you going? We need to sever the Clifod roots from the underworld itself. Then we'll seal the portal with the Yamato. Hang on. If you do that, you can't come back.
Why do you think I'm going? Somebody's got to keep an eye on your old man.
You can't just expect me to stay here while you both go.
It's because you're here we can go. We're trusting you with things on this side. Capiche?
Make haste, Dante.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, wait!
Take care, Nero. Adios.
I won't lose next time. Hold on to that until then.
Idiots.
Hooey! I'm still in freaking shock.
About what?
Duh. Your arm? Who the hell grows an arm back? It's just weird. It's like a lizard tail or something.
Look, I don't know, it just grew. I mean, are you kidding me? Lots of weird stuff happened. There were demons and scary plant roots, and arms growing back. Lots of stuff.
Do you know how much love and care I put in that devil breaker?
Nope. This arm, it's nice.
So, how's it feel?
How's what feel?
Saving the man who killed your own father. Heard Dante killed Virgil once.
It doesn't matter. They're both gone now anyway.
It's okay to cry. If you want, Nero, over a loss.
Not cry.
It doesn't make you a crybaby. Does make you a little bitch, though.
There it is. You think I'm a demon?
I didn't cry when my asshole daddy died. But... yeah, I know. I wouldn't be here without him, that's a biological fact.
Right.
All I'm saying is, tough guy, it's okay to cry if you want.
I'm
Devils
not
cry.
crying.
Devils cry.
I'm not gonna
Kittens
cry.
cry.
Will you
Meow.
shut up? Will you
Puppies
stop
cry.
it? Look at you. You're
Why
nobody's
don't you cry on
crying,
my
all
shoulder?
right? Stop
Come
saying
on, cry on
cry.
my shoulder. I know you wanna.
say cry again. Devil may cry. Fuck.
You said it.
Hey, kitty. Yeah, I'm coming home. Oh yeah, I don't want to spoil it, but I got a surprise for you.
Oh yeah, he's got a huge surprise.
You shut up! No, kitty, not you. Nico, you know, and her big mouth. What the hell's your problem? Where'd you learn to drive? Hey, sorry, I gotta call you later. It's time to get back to work. Got an arm. I'm good.
It's a prototype, and this is the perfect place to test it out. Look, you're gonna use it, and it's
a work of art. Gotcha.
And it ain't complete without you.
Well, how sweet. Feels good.
You'll get fixed as soon as we get back.
So, devil's cry, huh? Let's hear what that sounds like!
Yeah. Not really like could talk about. It just was being clip after clip after clip, but yeah. Dante and Virgil fight, and this kind of brings them to their limits. And because of this, Nero unlocks his devil tree out of his soul because he wants to save his family. And that's where the story stands. Dante and Virgil in hell having fun after cutting off the Clyfoth tree. And Nero taking up the slack. Now, we've heard of one potential project in the works. From what we know, there might be a DMC1 remake in the works, since a pretty reliable leaker talked about it. But it's not confirmed yet, so take it with a air. Outside of that, the only project going on is that shitty Netflix anime. I don't really like the fucking, for the simple reason of I do not want politics in my funny demon killing show based on a game. He did it better in 2007, and that was damn near 19 years ago. I am getting fucking old. But yeah, outside of that, the animation isn't really that great. The devil triggers in CGI, and I have a hatred for CGI/2D animes. I fucking hate it. It doesn't look good. Stop doing it, you fucking hack! I'm going to calm down before I say things that I really shouldn't say. As in, I'm going to call Addy Shaker an absolute fucking moron as I go into the reasons why Season 2, from what we know of the fucking trailer so far, is going to be shit! So I am not going to talk about that. But yeah, I kind of scalped everything I could to find all the lore, and that is the reason I really hope you guys like this, because I can't begin to describe the amount of effort and time this fucking took. Keep in mind, I was working on this before I had to shift into quickly getting the Ultra Kill update video done. This has been going on since New Year's. I have been working on this in the background since New Year's Eve. It has been 5 fucking months. It might be 6. Because keep in mind, I have 3 fucking channels. Outside of this, I am working on a video talking about the FNAF SFM community, MC Jams, because my brother decided it was kind of funny and reminded me that existed, so I made a video on it. And Chica X Freddy X Chica, something my friend made like 9 years ago that I'm making fun of. You can check it out, all on my Lore Maker channel. Keep in mind, some of those videos aren't exactly out yet, because that channel is not a weekly. It's kind of, whenever the views taper off on one, I then get the other up, because... Say it with me now. It is hard to make videos, so letting them have the time they have to breathe is a good choice. Slash, I got a lot in the works, so these videos I kind of have to have in mass so I can, 3 in a relatively short amount of time while working on 3 others, But yeah, I really do hope you guys like this, because it did take like 5, maybe 6 months by the time this comes out. Because this is probably like my most in-depth, because I don't think I'll ever do anything that requires me to play games, read books, read a translated version of a CD audio drama, read a fan-translated version of a book, and then read a translation, then another fan translation of the fan translation of a manga to fully get everything. And if you think this is the last time we see Capcom, well, winter's here, and I'm not gonna give you any more hints. You know the YouTube special. You know the YouTube spiel. Anyways, mention, please. Because this is like my favorite gaming franchise alongside Halo, Half-Life, Warhammer, stuff like that, not to mention Resident Evil. And yeah, if I missed something, please tell me in the comments. With that being said, if you like Devil May Cry or my goofy trying to explain it all, share, if you want somebody else to get the entire story with a layer of my ass trying to explain it, then okay, yeah. Subscribe, like, subscribe. Now, how I would forget that if you like me, or if stuff I like, and maybe you want to subscribe and check out my other videos. The next one shouldn't take as long. With that being said, it will take a bit time, so like, subscribe, comment down below, share, all that jazz. And with that being said, that's Loremaker, signing off. Oh wait, I can't press my minus button, that's only on my fucking OBS. Anyways, Loremaker, signing off.